Hello and welcome everyone to our session today. We have the second Friends Day, right, for our Friends Project. I'm gonna start first with giving some gratitude for being the host of this event, alongside to Nabil Abdullah on my right side or left side. That's my right side. Yeah. So, of course, my name is Jamal Hisham. Let me give you an idea about what's going to happen today and what are we going to introduce today. We're going to have the Friends Project. If you're wondering what is the Friends Project, let me give you an idea about what's the Friends Project. In this event, we'll elaborate more on what is the Friends Project it is, and we will talk about the Friends facility, the top secrets facility in APU that no one knows about. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, people knows about it. So, and then the last thing is we have a few sharing sessions from very interesting people that are coming today and logging into our stream this day. So, and for the last thing that we're going to have, we're going to announce 5 winners in at the end of this session. So you gotta stay tuned with us. All right. So I'm gonna, before I start, so if you're excited as me right now, okay, not like me. I don't think you're gonna be excited like me. Let's just say half this much excitement. All right. You just put 111. That's showing you're excited. All right. So. And then we're going to start. Let me pass it on to Nabil to introduce himself. All right. So Nabil.
Thank you, Jamal, for not forgetting me. Actually, you're so excited, so I thought you were gonna forget me on it. So, hello everyone. Welcome to Friends' second day event. So basically, I am Nabil Abdullah. I am the co-host of this stream today. So I work with Jamal usually, and I'm glad to work again with him. And I'm really glad he didn't forget me. I cannot emphasize how much sometimes he forgets when he gets excited. So I hope you enjoyed today's session. And without further ado, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Hari Narayan, to give a speech today. So over to Dr. Hari.
Thank you, Jamal and Nabil. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Good evening to all, and I believe that if folks are joining from Europe, good afternoon, most likely. Yeah. It's a pleasure to be here to this event to launch the Erasmus Friends virtual tea house. That's what I was told. Yeah. I've seen the tea house, but I think this is the official launch. By the way, I think virtual is the most overused word in recent times. And we do hope that the pandemic will ease in the not so distant future so we can get to using physical as the most overused word. Yeah. When I looked up the word friends, I think is an acronym. What does it stand for? And there are a couple of words and sentences are picked up. Intercultural engagement, nurturing campus diversity, and supporting internationalization. I think there are a few more, but I think these are the 3 things that I kind of picked up. And all of these things resonate extremely well with us in APU. Why do I say that? We have a diverse student body from over 130 countries, and with about 55% of these students being international. And in the recent QS ranking, APU was rated number 1 for inbound, and also has number 1 by iGraduate for international students. This event is really to promote the value of tolerance, multiculturalism, mutual understanding, and of course, peace. Yeah. And all of these bode well in our kind of pursuit to produce globally ready graduates. In fact, today, coincidentally, we have the orientation for foundation and diploma students, and we even re-emphasize or emphasize the need to show professionalism. In our case, professionalism also include in terms of tolerance, in terms of adopting diversity, in terms of whatever that you do. So, as I said, in our pursuit to produce globally ready graduates who have to be both culturally aware and are able to interact and collaborate effectively with diverse teams. In fact, my previous job way back in a corporate world was to manage cross-functional teams in multiple countries. And I went through, as part of the training called transcultural competence. Yeah. But I wish that I was a younger person going through these friends. Yeah. The Friends Teahouse is strategically placed. I'm not so sure later on you'll be able to see pictures of that tea house in the campus. And it really aims to be a hub or the meeting of minds, if you want to call it, and supporting the Student Representative Council. We think that it will also be I guess, an international mobility zone to promote pathways and summer school activities. And finally, an area to promote intercultural awareness and cultural diversity. Students can use the space as well as the equipment sponsored by Erasmus Project to develop, curate digital stories. Yeah. The overall project, I'm told, is approximately worth ringgit 4.9 million, and we will continue on with this project until November 22nd. I do very much hope that the APU will continue to work with Erasmus on the Friends project for a long time. APU also aims to identify and adopt, at least one local cultural minority group. I hope that there will be many more, and support its young members to participate and involve themselves in cultural activities and also educational activities in APU. With that, on behalf of APU, again, I would like to thank Erasmus for providing the funding and the opportunity for APU to drive the fundamentals of what Friends stand for. I'd also like to thank Professor Andy, Associate Prof. Swan, and Associate Prof. Jason, who have been over the past year or so passionately driving Friends, and also, if I'm not mistaken, recently introduced the IACD module through MOOC to first-year students. Actually, that in fact bring the intercultural awareness aspects, and we are teaching that in the first year itself. Also, thanks to Savinder and the Student Affairs team in organizing this particular event, and I hope that all of you will find it productive this evening. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jamal.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Harry. It was an honor to have you over here, and thank you for honoring us with your presence over here. I would like to add that Dr. Harry has been closely professing his knowledge on our Student Representative Council at APU to bring the best of events from the, combining the experience from the external corporate world, what he has seen, so our university can have much better events for the students with excitement and value that can be delivered to them, because it is not only about having fun, but also getting back value for the enjoyment you're having at our APU. So thank you very much, Dr. Hari. So
thank you. I'm going to drop off and I'll join you in a few minutes. Yeah.
All right. Always here,
Thank
Doctor.
You. Okay.
Great. So Jamal, so what do we have next for this upcoming session?
All right. So you see, during this day, especially the pandemics, and it's around the world, it's a global thing. So people have been suffering from a lot of things, and it's good to know. Yeah, it's good to know that we have people that still care and people that still provide for others and that still care about the other students with the other people, and actually take into consideration all their problems and try to find a way to help them. So what I'm talking about is NGOs that are participating, or we want to give recognition and appreciation in this event. So that's the sharing session that we're going to have for now. So before I start with the first person, right, let me say one thing. Yeah, I didn't see any ones coming in, so let me change the number right now. So put a 555 if you're excited. All right, to start on with this event. And remember, I will choose one person that I will mention, right, if there's a lot of excitement that I see in the comment section.
So guys, don't miss out on this opportunity. Go to the keyboard and start typing 555, just like Jamal said.
It's no clapping, no clapping, nothing. I made it so simple. 555. All right. So let's take it. We want to introduce Miss Michelle, the president of SOAR Optimist International Region of Malaysia. All right. So pass it on to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamal, Nabil, and Jerry in the background. A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Kaur, and I am the president of SOAR Optimist International Region of Malaysia. We are also known as SEROM. Okay, firstly, thank you for inviting me to your festival and to the virtual launch of Erasmus and Friends Virtual Teahouse. I'm grateful for this opportunity to share what we do at Seroptimus International. We are a worldwide volunteer service organization which started exactly 100 years ago in California. So we are celebrating our centennial this year. We have over 75,000 members in 126 countries all over the world, and we are still growing. Our movement, the main objective of our movement is to improve and change the lives of women and girls. And we work and have representation in various agencies of the United Nations all over the world. For 100 years now, Seroptimists have delivered and continue to deliver grassroots projects which are measured against the UN's 16 Sustainable Development Goals to have a positive impact on girls and women. These projects have advocated for change, delivered in times of pandemics, conflict, and disasters by meeting diverse community needs. More importantly, APU has supported us in our various projects over the years, like the annual Walk the Talk movement to advocate and call out gender-based violence, and also a human trafficking forum, which APU very generously hosted in 2017. The forum was a success, and the proceeds of the forum went towards building a school in Cambodia. APU has been a good friend of Seroptimus Malaysia for a few years now, and we hope that friendship will continue to grow into bigger collaborations. Once again, thank you for your support and congratulations on the launch of Erasmus and Friends Virtual Teahouse. Thank you.
All right. That's amazing. Amazing sharing session from Miss Michelle. Thank you for coming. Thank you for giving us this wonderful sharing session. Right.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Okay, Jerry, I think Nabil got lost, so let's bring him back in. Yep, there he is.
I was just hiding.
So,
that's good. Thank you very much, Ms. Michelle.
Thank you, Nabil.
Yes. All right, so let's get forward to the next NGO that we're gonna have for today, and I believe I'm gonna take my choice on Dr. Sanjita, right, founder of Yayasan Health and World. She's all right. She's here. All right. Hello.
Hi. Hello. How are you guys?
Doing
Pretty
well.
good.
Pretty
good.
It's a pleasure to be here, and working with the young mind and with a lot of energy. I'm so excited.
We're honored by your presence.
It's our honor.
Yeah. So you go on and
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm the co-founder of Yayasan Health on World or Health on World Foundation, where we look at mental, emotional, and physical well-being. Yeah, and during this era right now with the pandemic, it's on the rise. So we do a lot of engagement. We do have telepsychosocial support. We have counseling support. We also do a lot of workshops. All right, to address and to make people understand about mental, emotional, and physical well-being. Yeah, so we run a few programs with APU. Okay, for example, we have the 10-10, World Mental Health Month last year. Okay, where we get 1 million steps. We also do few talks in APU to make students understand or the youth understand about mental well-being. All right, so we are just 1 year old. Okay, we started last year, 20th May 2020, and
Pretty
yes,
young.
we have one. Yeah.
Amazing.
And we have a lot of programs, a lot of workshops to make people understand about mental health and why is it important, right? Because during your youth years, there's a lot of transition happen in your life. So by advocating, by making sure that you understand and reduce the stigma is one of the primary goal of foundation. So we really look forward to have all of you on board. Check out our website, www.yhow.org. Again, www.yhow.org. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Yeah, we're honored
Thank you,
by your
Dr.
presence.
Sangeeta. We are honored by your presence, and I hope that we get to see you again on a regular basis so we can collaborate together in the future.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Take care and be safe.
Definitely.
So,
all right, that was great.
Yeah, one thing before we start. Yeah, I wanted to go on with it, but
You always have
there's
this
something.
thing, one thing before we start, you
Okay,
have
I'm
a
gonna
lot of
change my
say.
wording. Okay, no, before we go on, all right. So talking about mental health, right? We've done a lot of events about mental health in APU actually, and previous in the beginning of this year about mental health and how we actually need to care about how we think about ourselves and how this is actually need to be supported by someone else within the academic field, right? So in university, you can actually use the counselor to actually help you out with that in terms of like any mental health issues or even dealing with simple problems that could lead to bigger issues within you. So that's a big reminder, important topic. Anyways, let's go on to the next.
I will take it from here. I'm not gonna let you take the chance. So let us
Again.
invite. Yes, definitely.
All right. Okay. All right.
All right.
Give it to
So
Nabil.
let us invite next from Campus Hope. We have Miss Cheryl Del Cruz. So we would like to invite her. And thank you for joining Miss Cheryl today with
Hello.
us. Hello, and welcome to ERASMUS Friends Teahouse launch.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased that I'm part of this big event that's happening now in APU, and I would like to congratulate everyone and all who are the people working behind the scene of this big event. And yeah, I want to introduce myself, okay? So I'm Cheryl De La Cruz, and I'm a volunteer and project manager of the Campus Hope. Campus Hope has been in APU for several years now, and we are APU based. So this is a campus, a club, okay, that is based in APU. I'm not an NGO, but we have been helping APU. We're not part of any NGO NGO organization. That's what we have the previous presenter. But APU is a club. Campus Hope is a club that is based in APU, and we are a fun social health club for holistic health, like the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. And we have helped many students in various universities become healthier, make new friends, and overcome depression. Some issues that they encountered while they're studying, especially most of them are away from their family, the loneliness, feeling homesick. So we are here to invite them to be part of the group and also gain friends. And you know
Hello. Oh, it's a technical issue. It's not from me.
No, it's all cool.
Okay. All right.
So I believe she lost connection. No worries. I would like to actually add on Campus Hope. So I've been working under student affairs at APU for quite some while, about 2 years.
Oh, okay.
She's back.
She's back. She's back.
Yeah.
Oh,
Welcome back.
all right.
my internet. Okay, my internet got disconnected.
Oh, it
No
happens.
worries.
It's all
I
right.
wasn't taking over.
Actually, I have a PowerPoint, but I don't know if I can share. I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually can share it for you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Let me share.
you,
Let me share it for
Jamil.
you. Let me share it for you.
Meanwhile, Jamal is
Okay,
sharing
maybe
the
while
slides.
setting up, just to.
Yeah, Miss Cheryl, continue.
Yeah, it doesn't
Can
show.
you see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll
see
just
it.
go.
All
Very
right. All
neat.
good. Okay, so I'm gonna go to.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
wait.
go. So who are we? We are a fun social club, and we're based in APU, and we focus on the holistic health, which are physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. Okay? And we help the student in various aspects of their life. So we teach them how to become healthier, become happier, really stress, in studying overseas. Most of the students are from different countries. They really experience stress adjustment with a new environment. So we help them how to release stress also. We help them to socialize and have people to talk with, make new friends, improve mental health, and overcome depression. Few years that we have there, we have a lot of people involved in the different activities that we have. And you can proceed to the next slide, please. Okay. Yeah. And we have major activities in Campus Hope, and I know some of them who are listening right now participated in this event. We have health screening, we have different sports, we have nature outings and games night health programs. And the following slide will show some photos of some of our programs. Yes, go ahead. So these are the health screening that we had for APU in Atrium, outdoor activities, okay, for sports, nature outings, and games night. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's fun.
especially during weekend, yeah, during weekend because they don't go over best place to visit. So we gather them
Oh,
and
that's
have
one
this
of my
kind of.
friends.
Oh, really? You recognize
Yeah,
them?
that's one of my friends is over there.
So nice. Okay. So on the next slide, you're going to see some of the projects that we had for the past, I think, 8 to 10 months ago. And one of the projects that's really spoke to my heart is the grocery giving campaign, wherein we have informed the student affairs to give us an opportunity to have a survey, to conduct a survey for those students who are experiencing financial problem, who needs financial support, because some of the foreign students did not receive money transfer for some reason during the time of pandemic last year. As you all know, those are the one of the toughest time. And some of the students fill out the survey, and we found out that most of them don't have enough grocery or food in their table. Can you imagine that? It's so stressful during the time. So on the photos that I'm gonna present, these are the team that he works with me, and we give them healthy groceries so to sustain them on a weekly basis. So that's the first project that we have, I think, last quarter of last year. And early first quarter of this year, we have this another program. We call it 10-day challenge campaign, wherein we have a free health screening, and I think there's 81 people who participated, including the staff, not only the students. And out of the 81 participants who participated in the free health screening, Jamil, can you move the screen, please? The next is, go ahead. And the next is we have 16 participants who completed the 10-day challenge, and you will be surprised about the result. Their cholesterol drops, the sugar level drops, they lose weight just for 10 days, and they want to continue this challenge after the 10 days. And we had our graduation, we go out and spend time together. So these are some of the projects that we have, and most of the students want to have the second set of this. Unfortunately, it's full MCO. We cannot do health screening as of this time, but this is on cue on the project that we have for the Campus Hope for APU. So that's my sharing for today. And again, congratulations, and thank you for the opportunity that we have, that we can share that we have for Campus Hope for APU. Thank you so much.
Definitely, it's been an honor to have you over here, Michelle. And I would like to add that I've actually worked closely with Campus Hope from the side of student affairs, and I was involved in the project of reaching out to students during the pandemic to get the surveys filled up and get everything delivered to them and connect the students. And it has been very effective, and I really loved this initiative of Campus Hope. So thank you very much for contributing to the society. It's not just APU students, it's the humanity that you're contributing to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity as well. Bye. Thanks.
No, bye-bye.
Take care. Thank you for coming in.
Bye.
All right.
Great. So
Okay,
it brings
all
me back to the memories I had in campus, during working with Campus Hope. They had a lot of trips and stuff. I would keep seeing that, promoting their events. They were pretty active and really nice and humble people. I miss those days. So now I've graduated, so I have a reason to miss them. So over to you, Jamal.
All right. So the next NGO that we're going to have for today, sharing session, is Ms. Farida Yassin. She's the president of Optimist International Club of Shah Alam. So welcome, Ms. Farida.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi, welcome, Ms. Farida.
How are you doing today?
Oh, good. It's we had some problems coming in earlier, so
No worries. It's an honor to have you here with us today.
I'm very pleased that I got invited to say a few words on my NGO. And anyway, I think you had my Serum president, which is the Optimist International Region of Malaysia president, Michelle. She was on earlier.
Yes, she's the first one.
We had her.
Yes.
Yeah, she would have spoken on the organization and stuff. So anyway, on my part, I would say that I'm one of the 15 clubs that is in the whole of Malaysia, and we were chartered in 1995. And I had been president before, but now I'm a recycle president, as they say. It's been fun. So anyway, but I won't repeat what you said, but what we do is we create awareness and we advocate and we take action on women's issues, women and children's issues. worldwide and in Malaysia, especially because we are based in Malaysia. But we are under the Sir Optimus International of Southwest Pacific. So, but we are one of the clubs under Southwest Pacific. So we relate, or rather we report to Southwest Pacific on our whatever projects we have. So what is it that you would like to know? What projects we do, is it?
Yes. So you can talk a little bit about the special one that inshallah, right? I think because yours is specific for that region, isn't it?
Yes. Like I said, we have different clubs in the Klang Valley. Shah Alam is one, and then we have Kuala Lumpur, we have Bangsa, we have Damansara, we have PJ. What else we have?
Sentul.
Sentul, and then
Sabah.
outside the KL, we have actually Sabah and Sarawak, and then we have Penang, and we have JB. But anyway, like I said, we speak for women and children, and violence against women was one of our projects. We marched through town on violence against women, but now men are saying it's violence against men too. So, but we have men on board. In the last few years, we've had men on board. Otherwise, it is mainly helping women and children. So one of our projects, our main projects as Inshallah, we had educated and adopted 3 girls as early as 1995, and they're all in the workforce now. Then the next phase of it was helping single mothers, and one of our big ones that we are very proud to say is we got single mothers to get savvy in computers, right? So we gave them a computer, and so that they can upgrade themselves in their workforce, and of course that will bring up a better income from them. And now the computer and the laptop has gone further than the single mothers. With this pandemic, we are helping out with the children who are stuck at home, especially the B40 children, and we have gone out to give laptops that we have cleaned up, and we've had very good donations from corporate companies, the ones that they want to discard, and they take in, of course they want to renew their laptops, so they give us theirs, and we have a special person that actually does all the cleanup, and so we've been giving away the laptops for the B40 children. So that's one of our big ones at the moment, which is still going. But I don't know if you know that we actually did a community and you with APU, with your university.
Yes.
And it was 2 years running. Did you realize that?
Yes.
Sorry, I lost the last part.
Sorry. Yeah. So that was a very interesting project with the universities. So we were hoping to continue on this year, starting last year, but then unfortunately it didn't happen because of the pandemic, because I would have led that community AU, because we were working with SI Bangsa, which is International Bangsa. So we take turns. So this year was supposed to be Shah Alam's turn to work to organize it, but unfortunately it couldn't happen because the universities were shut down and we couldn't get enough students to participate. So that was something that was very satisfying on both sides, for the students as well as us, because we got to know students, we got to know how they think and what their voluntary skills were and how they would like to volunteer their service to the community. That was very interesting because they had to think and come up with certain projects, and then we go and visit, and then of course there was a prize to that. So unfortunately, like I said, that we couldn't carry that on this year and part of last year. So now with the pandemic, we have raised money, or rather break arms to get money from various individuals or corporate to go to give food packets to the frontliners, which we started doing. So that's about all we've been doing at the moment. Helping with the pandemic, I suppose that's what's important at the moment, isn't it?
True. Definitely it is.
Very true.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. I'm really pleased to hear. Sorry, can you?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jamal. So,
All right.
Ms. Farida, we're very pleased to hear that all your sharing that you have done, and it's really great to see that you have enabled children and other people in need by providing them laptops so they can do something for themselves and grow out. It could be skills, it could be like entertaining themselves as well along the way. So you're giving them hope. So and we are really glad that you have taken such initiative as an optimist. So thank you very much
Yes.
for giving back to the community.
Yes. I suppose everybody's got to do their bit, especially at this
Yes.
trying
Definitely.
time.
I'm inspired, definitely. So I'm going to continue doing it as well. So thank you very much from that part.
Yes. So have you got any other questions on regarding Seropmus International?
Well, the questions goes on and on, but the issue is that we have very limited time.
Yes.
Otherwise,
So-
I'm pleased to hear. I'm really glad for your sharing. Thank you so much, right? And thank you for coming. Very honored for your presence for today's event. All right, I think we have to go on. So as mentioned by Nabil as well, that one of the really important points is it's really interesting how everything become controlled right now. If you don't have a computer, you cannot do anything, and that's one of the points that was raised, and that's really interesting, right? Because how I'm talking right now through the computer, and all people around the world are joining us right now virtually through a computer. So it becomes as an essential for us. Okay,
Yes.
so to go next with our speaker, with our next NGO for today is we're going to have Dr. Liz, Secretary of K1E Scale Central. Hello.
Hello, Dr.
Good,
Elise.
good
Good
evening.
afternoon.
Is it evening or afternoon?
Well, I do get confused myself as well. So good to have you here.
Yeah, that's good to have you.
Good afternoon, Jamal and Nabil. Thank you so much for inviting me to share with Erasmus and Friends Virtual Teahouse. Just some information on the Kiwanis movement and what my Kiwanis Club is doing. As many people would know, Kiwanis is a global organization of volunteers. We are dedicated to improving the world one child and one community at a time. So Kiwanis is an international service club. It was founded in 1915 in Detroit, Michigan. Today, the headquarters are still in the US, but it's in Indianapolis in Indiana. And it is now found in more than 80 countries and geographic areas. The motto of Kiwanis is serving the children of the world. In Malaysia, we are the 48th district in Kiwanis International, and it is headed by a governor and a board of trustees, which support the Kiwanis clubs throughout the country. Kiwanis has been in Malaysia for 45 years and the first club was formed in April 1976 through the initiative of Tan Sri Muhammad Kia Johari, who at that time was a cabinet minister. Today, there are more than 60 Kiwanis clubs in Malaysia within 7 divisions. My club is in Division 1, and the total membership in Malaysia is more than 1,500 volunteers or members. And we're all committed to making a difference in issues affecting the local and global community, with a special emphasis on programs for the well-being of children. Each club runs its own programs and activities under a president and a board of directors. Now, the Kiwanis Club of KL Central was registered with the Registrar of Societies in 2011. So we are more than 10 years old, and we are a small club, and our current president is Mr. Ralph Gomez. Among the projects which our club has successfully undertaken, we sponsor in cash and kind children's homes and orphanages, medical expenses for quite a number of children, and occasionally, at least once a year, we try and take children from an orphanage for educational and fun outings. We have also paid the fees for the foundation program for an underprivileged boy who obtained a place to read law at the Brickfields Asia College. And I believe the college gave him a scholarship for that course. So that was really good. Just before the pandemic, we collected more than 200,000 ringgit just by crowdfunding for a child with biliary atresia, and he needed a liver transplant in India. So we managed to send him to India for the transplant, and we continue to pay his medical expenses from the money collected. We still have a bit left, as well as for the special milk that he needs. During this pandemic, we have joined with some NGOs to donate provisions to needy families, and more than 1,200 families have benefited from these initiatives. I have to say that it's becoming increasingly difficult to collect funds at this time, as we cannot hold fundraising events. Nevertheless, we have had a few good well-wishers, so we managed to still have a few activities, but it's becoming a bit difficult. But the Kiwanis Club of KL Central continues to serve the community, and we are always looking for opportunities to make a difference in the lives of the less fortunate, especially the children. Thank you.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
your sharing.
so much, Miss Elise, and it's really our honor to have you here today with us and for your sharing session. It's really good to see that how there are people who are through NGOs helping out the society, especially during the pandemic. Because
Yes,
I still remember when it was freshly hit us all, how things were disturbed, but these NGOs are the ones who actually try to do the best for the people, so things are stabilizing
I,
around.
I would like to say that when we collected funds, there were big donors. There were even the other Kiwanis clubs gave us money, thousands and so, but there were people who gave us 20 ringgit, 50 ringgit, whatever they could afford, they gave. And that was really heartwarming for us. We really felt good about that. So
That's actually a
thank you
really
to all
great.
the Malaysians.
Definitely. Actually, a lot of people, they might consider, okay, it's not much or it's less. Their perception would be different. But actually, when everything is collected together, it creates the biggest impact. And
Yes.
there's a saying, every drop of water forms the sea. So that is the biggest impact people can make when they're united. So once again, thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Elise, for being here today with us and sharing your session about Kiwani's KL Central.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Jamal. So, what do we have next on the agenda, bro?
All right. So I believe that we are left with few NGOs, but for some technical issues, what we're gonna do is we're gonna know first the what do you call them? Sorry, I forgot it. Friends team. Sorry. Oh my God, the main event. So the Friends team first. We're gonna get to know the Friends team. We're gonna get back to the rest of the NGOs to present themselves again and give us an ideas about their NGOs or organizations, right? So let's welcome together again. Remember that you have to write down a number. So this time, what number we're gonna choose, Nabil? It's on you. Choose a number.
Number. Do we really have to go with numbers? You
Okay,
like numbers, don't you?
all right, 7. Let's go 7. 7.
All right, 7. Okay, cool. I want to know why you have the habit of repeating the number 3 times.
It's more exciting.
All right, cool. Instead of exclamation marks, that's really good.
Yeah.
All right, so go in
All
the
right.
comments and hit 777, just like Jamal said.
All right, and let's introduce first Prof. Andy and Prof. Jason, and as well as Prof. Swan,
from
the
Friends
Friends team.
Great. All right, so let's tune them in.
Okay.
Hi, Prof. How are you doing
Hello.
today?
This is
Hello.
1-1. Okay.
Yeah.
Where's number 222?
Hello,
That's
Prof.
two,
Swan.
two,
It's
two.
good to have you too.
And have we
Good
got
to see you
number
guys.
333?
Yes, all doing great. It's good to see you all.
Jason hasn't joined. He's still a bit upset about the football, but
Oh,
Oh.
I see. But you know, they say heroes are always late.
I think we need to
Anyway, yes.
invite Jason in.
Oh,
He's-
he's actually here. So
he is in
can
the
have
back.
him.
he's here.
Oh, there
Here
he is.
Here he is.
Just
He's
in time.
gone. Oh, he's been sitting in the background waiting. Here he is. There he is.
Oh,
There we go.
Hello, Dr.
No,
Jason.
you know what? We could be
Hello,
a boy
Bob.
band, except we've got a girl. We could be a band now.
Definitely.
What are we going to sing? Anyway,
We can function without one or another.
yes.
Oh, no, but before we proceed, I just want to let you know I'm gonna give you the stage and give you the chance to talk. So me and Nabil, we're gonna go off the screen.
Yep.
Give you the stage for you.
See you
Thank
guys
you
a
very
bit
much.
later.
See
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, thank you.
So, well, goodbye. Thank you. We've got a lot to live up to now. The three of us are part of the Friends Project. And we actually got Christina from Bulgaria, Varna University of Management, who is waiting in the wings as well. She'll join us a little bit later to tell us a little bit about Erasmus itself. But we are the Friends team. Now, some people who are watching may recognize us as those three weird people that try to teach us at 8:30 in the morning some weeks. Sorry that you have to see us again. We saw some of you this morning. We started the day.
We started our session this morning.
Was it half? I can't. Was it half eight? Was it
9 o'clock.
No.
9 o'clock.
We were allowed that extra bit of break this morning, so that was quite nice. But we're going on a little bit later. So it's been a long day promoting the Friends activities, and you know what the project is all about. So Friends, I can see lots of 777s being typed in. Friends is all about trying to promote internationalisation, but at home. We'll talk a little bit later about what that actually means. But for many years, it's been the privilege of those with money. You go to university, and if you want to get an international experience, you have to travel. And that is not cheap. So what this project is trying to do, or at least one of the aspects, is to promote the internationalisation of the curriculum and bringing people together from their diverse backgrounds as a community within the university where you study. So you don't need to travel. We are fairly diverse, the three of us.
Ish.
Yeah, but I think you've just touched on an important point there. It's not only the exposure to culture. You know, this is what we've tried to do through the MOOC. It's the underlying elements. You know, you're building up your softer skills, the empathy, the understanding, the collaboration, getting across challenges, which you can only be experienced when you go abroad. You know, Andy and I have both come to Malaysia. Swan has gone to the UK. So we've been exposed to having to live and work in a different sort of environment. And I think the MOOC that we currently run exposes students to that. And it'll come through when we go through the award. Those students that understood that underlying aspect. There's a number of students who the decision was very difficult, but they understood there's more to that than just understanding that you go to a country and you're exposed to a different culture. You understand the subtleties of the culture. You know, there'll be a lot of there's memes going on just now about, social distancing from England fans because it will become unbearable the further they go on in the European tournament. And we are all cousins. I am related. I'm half English. Andy is English, half Scottish. So we're all related, but there are cultural dimensions here, which you can only really understand if you live in the country. I was at orientation earlier, and the people that were on stage were chatting away and saying, I was supporting Germany in the tournament, and I've now switched allegiances. I'm now going to swap to England. So I was bombarding the chat. Well, because they don't understand the cultural dynamics, and that's only when you're exposed, and that's what we try and do with the MOOC, to get people to be more tolerant. This is banter, and this is just discussion. This is we do not dislike the English, only in a football term. But and to understand, that's why I've mentioned it, because to understand the humor and not to get offended and to and go, oh, you can only assimilate that. And we try and do that in the MOOC and with our supportive lectures, and do it like in a very good sort of, like what was earlier on, like a radio broadcast.
Yeah.
And a light, humorous.
Yeah. This is the dream of the two gentlemen here.
We have competition now. Jamal and Nabil are sort of vying for our position as radio presenters. We've been trying to get the students in the IACD module. I'm watching them on the little screen that nobody else can see. So we've been trying to get some of our students to see if they've got any, parents that run radio stations that might want to employ us for morning radio shows. So far, nothing. But I think it's been usurped.
We got excited one day. One of the students put their camera on. We thought, oh,
yes.
But no, then switched it off again. Yes.
But yeah, so Friends is not just about friends, although it does help when you've got friends doing the project, and it is a project which encompasses universities from 12 different Southeast Asia institutions. So we've got the Philippines, we've got Thailand, we've got Bhutan, we've got Malaysia, Cambodia. Cambodia. We were only there with you a few months ago. It's a few months ago. Yeah.
Many moons ago.
And then we've got our partners in Europe, in Hungary, in Turkey, in Poland, and we'll get to meet Christina shortly from Bulgaria. So it's quite a wide project. Harry's already mentioned it's a lot of money that Europe has put into this, and Europe is trying to help promote different activities in education. We've been lucky enough to be part of that, and we're bringing the students along with us on that journey, because we understand the benefits that being international and having that international exposure and being able to communicate and talk with and to people who are from different countries and backgrounds, especially in the current environment. You are going to have to work remotely, but your project is going to be taking part in different parts of the world. So you have to be able to communicate, whether it's through video or telephone calls or whatever. But yes, so that's a little bit about the project. We are 3 mad people that actually run it. And we're going to get to hear from a sane person in a moment. She's there, waiting in the wings.
She's not the mad one. We are the mad ones.
No, that's not. I say we're the mad ones, and she's the sane one. So I think what we'll do is we'll pass you back to our radio presenters. To Jamal and Nabil. And they can do the proper introduction to Christina, and then she'll tell us what she's going to tell us. But stay tuned, because we've got the excitement of the I like the way it was called secret. The secret friends room. It's not secret. It's got glass windows, so you can see it all the time. But the secret room, and then our 5 winners. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that when we get closer to that point in the event. So, back to you. Hello.
Wow.
You're on mute, though.
That was very interesting. Pretty cool. And welcome back, Jamal, as well. And thank you for having us back here. Thank you, profs. The Trinity. I personally call them the Trinity over here. It sounds so cool. It's just like the Justice League, forming together.
So you're now part of the team. So yes. There's the coordinator of the whole team. So
at APU, Friends
that's
team
APU
at
team.
APU.
Yeah. So let's welcome to our the other session, or the next session that we're gonna have, which is Miss Christine from Verna University. You want to take it again?
Yes, I want to take it again, bro. That's my cue.
All right.
So without further ado, I would like to welcome Miss Christina from Bulgaria. She's basically the director of international cooperation at Varna University of Management in Bulgaria. And also, she is the coordinator of the Friends Project. She has a background in linguistics, also literature. And furthermore, she holds a master's degree from the University of Debrecen in Hungary. She also joined the team of Varna University of Management in 2008. And furthermore, since she has been managing the internationalization of, also the coordinating of the academic mobility and capacity building projects at the university. So welcome, Ms. Christina, to our session today.
Hi guys, thank you. Can you hear me? Please.
Yes, we can
loud
hear
and
you
clear.
clearly.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sending my love to all of you over there at APU in Malaysia. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you guys, and I cannot wait to learn more about how Friends has been evolving at APU over the last months. Before I'll give the floor to the other, to you back, I'd like to shortly talk about Erasmus, because I think it's worth spending a couple of minutes promoting the program. It's at the very heart of what I've been doing as a student, and also I'm trying to find my presentation. I hope you can see it, right?
Yes.
Can you see my presentation?
I think that, yep, you'll be able, so we'll let you lead on to it, and me and Nabil will go off the screen just to make sure that everything is clear.
Let's become the shadows.
Thank you.
Good luck.
So back to Erasmus. I can actually speak in my personal behalf of my own experience of how Erasmus, can change lives, enrich lives, open minds. I'm a former Erasmus student myself. I can say I've built a career out of this program. As you can see, the idea originally started very early. The program has celebrated 30 years a couple of years ago. Next year, we are having a big anniversary, the 35th anniversary of the program. You maybe can read, hopefully can read, the original title of the program that had very humble beginnings in 1987, a long time ago. You can see, just like our Friends Project, Erasmus is also a beautiful acronym that, apart from referring to the Dutch philosopher, the famous Dutch philosopher Erasmus of Rotterdam, it also stands for European, or used to stand for European Region Action Scheme for the mobility of university students. A lot has changed since 1987. Actually, 2014 was a crucial milestone period or a time in the history of Erasmus, because that was the moment when the program became global and actually received a lot of pluses, as you can see by the title. Right now, actually, we can say that Erasmus has outgrown its initial humble beginnings by far. It's not European only anymore, it's global. It's not only about mobilities, it's also about capacity building, what Friends is all about. It's not only about university students, it's also about staff members, faculty, adult learners, VET learners, etc. We are at the beginning of the new program that is going to have a lifetime of 7 years. And as you can see on this slide, in 2019, the program conducted a major impact study, and basically 80% of all the respondents confirmed that they were able to find a job after having been involved with Erasmus, with the mobility, and also very many among them, a high number of percentage of the students also confirmed that they were able to find, right?
Hello. Yeah, I think yep. you just put it on full. All right. I was just joining in to tell you to put it on full. That's it. All right.
Okay. Can you see and follow now?
Yes. It's me that's sharing them because I worked out what was happening. So Christina, unfortunately, you were still sharing the main window of PowerPoint and not the slides. But don't worry, because I had your slides with me. So it wasn't actually moving across. So I've jumped in. Sorry. So I will catch up with you and get to the right slide. I think you were on slide 3.
Right, so this slide, oh, thank you, and apologies for all the confusion. So this slide, you can see the statistics of how many, of the impact of the Erasmus Plus program on students. You know, Andy, can we move further? Thank you, because I think it's worth looking ahead for purpose, for inspiration. I wanted to share with you some basic information, general information about the next stage of or chapter of the program. The good news is that it's going to be by far more outreaching and diverse and inclusive than it used to be up until now, there is an important message to students and to universities outside Europe that the new program is going to be even more outreaching beyond the borders of Europe. And if we can move ahead with our slide, thank you so much. Here are some basic figures, guys. You know, I can't even count the zeros after the 26 billion figure. Main point is that the budget, I mean, this is huge funding. The budget has almost doubled, which means plenty of new opportunities, plenty, and in particular for you, all of you out there in Malaysia and also across Asia in different universities, there is a great message that over 2 billion euro will be spent on mobilities and capacity building projects targeted at students, universities outside Europe. So the major part of the program, the major part of the cake would be dedicated or allocated to mobilities, as you can see, over 70%. So mobility of students will remain at the heart of the program for the next chapter as well. We can go further. Andy, thank you so much. As you can see here, by the way, the new program is supposed to be an evolution and not a revolution compared to the previous chapter. In other words, we're going to continue to have numerous opportunities for student mobility, for mobilities of individuals in general, concerning APU and Malaysia and universities in Asia, students in universities in Asia. What is important, guys, for you is to sort of remember the ICM program, which stands for International Credit Mobility. This is the scheme that would support mobilities between student, staff, and faculty mobilities between Europe and Asia, for instance, Varna University of Management and APU, ideally, in both directions, I mean, both flows. And on top of the individuals in this pyramid, the program obviously by far is going to make a big difference on personal level, but it's also supposed to bring change on institutional level, as you can see through the continuation, the follow-up program of the capacity building program that our current project, Friends, is funded under. So both directions, capacity building for institutions and mobilities for students and staff, will be enhanced, further fostered, and bigger funding, I mean larger funding will be allocated. Hence, more beneficiaries will be able to take part in the program. The program also makes change, could make a difference, and on policy level. I won't bore you with that part of the Erasmus Plus program. Main point: it's outreaching, it's overarching, it's really inclusive concerning the types of beneficiaries, concerning the types of institutions who can participate, just like APU. By the way, speaking of APU, we at Varna University of Management, as the initiator of the project, of the Friends Project, it would have been impossible to find a better or a more suitable partner in Malaysia like APU. And of course, our partner Bajaya. Both institutions are sort of the epitome of what Friends stands for, which is, like it was already mentioned earlier, multiculturalism, cultural diversity, intellectual curiosity, inspiration, everything we want to spread the word about through the Friends Project. And if we can move ahead with our slides, thank you. And because, like I said, it's worth looking ahead to sort of start already making plans for the new period. I'd like to share with you a couple of some information about the priorities of the new program, which again is going to be an evolution of the previous one. So the upcoming Erasmus Plus chapter is supposed to become much greener. So we all have to be by far more considerate of what of our carbon footprint. Even when we travel for mobility purposes, we have to be by far more careful and considerate when making plans. It's also important to ensure that the new Erasmus Plus program would raise overall awareness on climate change and the European Union's green agenda, Green Deal initiative that expects major shift and transition from the current state to a carbon-free economy by 2050. So the Erasmus Plus program is very much aligned with the European Union's priorities. If we can go further. Thank you. And because we're going to become greener, we have to become more digital. Even the fact that now I'm able to address you through the computer, and I didn't have to travel a day to attend the event in person means that in one way or another, by becoming digital, we're becoming greener, and by becoming greener, we're becoming more digital. And also through the program, it's important the new program, it's important to improve the students and staff digital capacities. We're looking forward to have more virtual mobility opportunities, more MOOCs similar to our Friends MOOC, more initiatives like the digital story component in Friends. So basically, we are all going to have to, embrace the future and become and make our work and learning process more digital and efficient. Andy, can we go further? Thank you so much. And finally, it's about inclusion. I already sort of touched upon this. It's about diversifying, first of all, the profile of the beneficiaries, so students and staff members with very different cultural backgrounds, who are standing at different stage of their life stories and personal histories, or in their careers, who have families or have entered the system of formal education later in life. All of them would be offered the opportunity to receive access to the Erasmus Plus program. The new program is going to be very supportive. We'll provide additional support for people with disabilities. So basically, it's about embracing the society at large and giving access to quality education and opportunities to improve cultural immersion, to improve intercultural competences to everyone. And Andy, we can go further maybe. Thank you. And because I mentioned green, digital, and inclusive, as you can see, our program, our Friends Project, is already sort of ticking all the boxes. And this is a proof that we are already being innovative. And all we have to do is just continuing doing more of the same by engaging more proactively with the MOOC, by generating, designing, crafting more digital stories. You've got your virtual Friends Teahouse officially launched today. And finally, we have to make sure through our Friends Project that nobody is left outside our circle of friends and friendly community, so to speak. And speaking of community, Friends is not only about getting international experience, but it's also about reaching out to cultures and people of different cultural background who might be, working, sitting, learning, just sitting next to us or in the room next door. My point is that you don't have to travel big to experience different cultures, especially you in Malaysia, with the cultural diversity you have there. I think the Friends Project is going to be very beneficial, not only, like I said, for students, but also for community members of APU and NGOs, a representative of the NGOs we've seen earlier today. I'd like to apologize for any technical problems we might have experienced at the beginning. My message is, the end of my message is just try to be greener, more digital, and more inclusive. And main point, continue to make friendships and friends in life, and keep calm and enjoy Erasmus Plus or during the next 7-year period as well. Good luck with your event, and I look forward to visiting Malaysia at some point, sometime in the future. Thank you guys for your time and for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Christina, for being here with us and honoring us with your presence. It was such a lovely session and very informative to know more about the project itself, coming from you directly as well. So thank you very much.
Now for sure, as I promised, that you will know what is Friends Stream is about, what is the Stream Friends Project is about. So we're left with one small break, right? And then after that, we're gonna know about the facility, the top secret facility in APU. so let's take first one of the NGOs that was not able to do so in the previous session. So we give the chance for Jacinta, right? Miss Jacinta from Rama Osnam. Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
Ms. Jacinta.
Good evening.
It's good to have you here today. Good evening.
Okay, this is Zanam is the manifestation of this necessity, and we in the mid 80s we have opened this home for the children. Okay, now this home is we are on a mission of teaching the poor to fish instead of providing them with fish. Okay, so our aim was to bring them out of the poverty circle, and we have had this program was launched to set home and to bring children from poverty, stricken areas and broken families, and them conducive for learning and living environment. Okay,
Yes.
so first home, we started our first home for the boys. We started in 1987 with a number of 15 boys. And our second home for the girls, we started in 1992. And at that time we had 24 girls. Now we have got 18 boys and 12 girls. So we have got two homes, one for the boys and one for the girls. Okay, now the main purpose here it is the education, which is the cornerstone of our activities. We will ensure that all children that they're all school going and support them until college and university, where we have one of our students at APU now. So we also support five residents of our children at this home who are in college, and by paying for their college fees, their accommodations, their meal allowance, their transport allowance, and that is what we provide them until they finish their college or their degree level. And in fact, we have 15 of our ex-residents who have been through various courses and are very successful in their own way today. Among them, we have got lawyers, we have got a doctor, we have got nurses, IT professionals. Okay, so, but we have a lot of organizations that come forward to give helping aid in education and in other stuff. And we also have our welfare ministry that provides an annual financial grant. This annual financial grant is only for meal that provide us funds the whole year. For all other overheads, our home depends on, we depend on public donations and contributions from benefactors. People are very kind, Malaysians are very kind. A lot of people that come forward in kind, they just walk by, they just give us a check payment, they give us cash, they come with groceries, they come with toiletries, they come with meals, to support us. And we are very grateful for that. Even through this pandemic, it is so wonderful to see people coming in and out, to look into our needs. So, anything else that I'm getting there?
Well, that's actually good.
That's actually really great. Thank you so much, Ms. Jacinta. It's really good to know that Rumah Osnam is helping out people and it's like is becoming a bridge to actually connect people who can help to the ones who need the help. So, and especially the current times of the pandemic that we face. So it's really good to see that there are people actually moving forward and progressing in life thanks to you and your team over here. And thank you very much for honoring us today with your presence over here. And I would always wish everyone to stay safe. All of us are working hard, and definitely I have seen the kindness that has been going around during the current times.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, so that was a really great sharing session. So Jamal, would you like to take over, or you want me to?
Absolutely. No, you're not stealing anymore. That's enough.
All right, stealing now.
I'm gonna put an end for it. Anyways, all right. So, okay, now I'm not gonna say before we start. I'm gonna say before we go forward, right? And we just gotta recognize that it's great to have people that is working under these situations, right? When times are not pretty cheerful, it's nice to have people that are caring about us. So, without any further ado, right, let's talk about the top secret in APU. So let's welcome Prof. Andy, Prof. Jason, and Prof. Swan to know
the Trinity.
To know the Teahouse facility in APU. What is its function in APU? All right. So let's give them 111. All right. Oh, well, I see some people already starting 555. So they choose 555. All right. Okay. Wow. So we'll leave the stage for you. All right. So tell us what's the top secret.
So yes, the worst kept secret in APU history. So I think it should be 333. We are the APU Teahouse Trinity. How's that? That sounds like we could be a quite a good group. Anyway, yes, the Teahouse. Let's get back on track, shall we? We could chat for hours, and then people think, just get on with it, will you, man?
I know.
So this is what we're like normally. So yes, the Teahouse. As we said, the Teahouse is in APU. I will be sharing some slides in a moment. Before I do, because as soon as I share the slides, I cannot see the screen, and I won't be able to see Swan jumping up and down or Jason trying to pull his hair out.
Too late.
Or okay, I won't see Swan jumping up and down and Jason shaving his head to try and get my attention. So before I move on, is there anything you would like to say before I stick my slides on?
Well, all I wish is if only we get to use the place more because of the lockdown and whatnot. So I can't wait to go back to use the facility, the GoPro and the whatnot is there. Oops! You know what I mean? Yeah.
For me, it's it's an area. It's a designated space for the collaborative activities and team building and exchange of views. So somewhere could go. We encourage this at APU that they can discuss anywhere, the library, outside. We have a number of spaces, but this is this designated area with a lot of facilities, a large area for students that they know they can go and discuss with cultural issues, and it's all these additional materials that they can do to record their videos and etc. So we've been delivering when we have been on campus from there. It's it just seems more that's our space to deliver the MOOC and to just go through, and it gives you that feeling, particularly when you're surrounded by students who talk about culture. Yeah, you can express yourself. So it's that cultural identity which we're trying to strive for. So
you're trying to not to sing at that point. Express yourself.
You always want to sing. You want to sing this morning when we started this day of events. Yeah.
It's not bad a singer, actually, Andy.
Thank you.
Sandy, a bit of a singer. Yeah. I used to sing in a band at my when I was an undergraduate. Yes.
Yeah.
Really? True story.
I can sing after drinking water as well. Nothing else. I don't need anything else. I can just just water.
Okay, let's get on.
Ventriloquism. You drink a lot.
Yes. You were just saying, it's our space. Well, it was our space.
Yeah.
It's now going to be extended and it's going to be used by more.
Ours is in the collective hour, like the royal we.
Okay.
Yes. Well, it's not. Yeah, I haven't put the Scottish flag there, not yet. No, it's our.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We've got to sit your towel by the side of the pool to make sure nobody can take your seat before anyone gets down there at breakfast. No.
Very good. Okay.
I'm not going to carry that one on because I might get told off. Anyway, so let me share this. It's all going downhill. Right. Okay. The slide. So this is actually the official opening of APU's Erasmus Friends Teahouse.
They're supposed to have cut ribbon, and whatnot. So, well,
I haven't got to that bit yet.
Oh, okay.
My goodness. She's trying to give the secrets away before we get there with the GoPro.
It's like it's not been rehearsed.
All right. Okay. Let's go.
Can I carry on now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Okay. So the Friends Teahouse. We've already alluded to some of the activities anyway, but it is going to be a social space, and it's going to be a student-friendly, multicultural hub. Now, the Student Representative Council, and we've had two of our wonderful members already taking us through the events of today. The Student Representative Council will be using the Teahouse space as their sort of main area when they're organising their different activities. So that will be what I talk about on the next slide. So it's a multicultural hub, a student-safe space where you can come, sit, relax. If you're feeling homesick, you can talk to people in there quietly. If you want to find out about the different opportunities that we have for mobility activities, then when we get back on campus, that's where some of that information will be provided as well. So you can find out about the opportunities for real mobility, but we've been talking about the virtual mobility. We've mentioned that we've been teaching. We probably need to mention it more, don't we? So people know that we teach lots, but we deliver this module, but it's not like a normal module. I was going to say normal boring module. Sorry to all of our colleagues at AP. I'm not saying your modules are boring. This is a non-traditional type module where we have very few contact hours with students because it is self-directed. Do you want to talk about the concept of a MOOC, Jason?
I certainly can. As Andy has just alluded to, self-directed learning. I've just written a paper. It's due today, so it'll be submitted before midnight. The joys of staying in Malaysia, where you're 8 hours ahead, 7 hours ahead of Europe or the UK rather. One of the feedback is that students lack the digital skills and also time management and the self, as we call it, that self-motivation, self-regulation, self-reflection. So the MOOC is to develop these employability skills which underpin anyone who does a degree. So students will leave with a bundle of attributes when they graduate. So they'll leave with their degree and a skill set associated to subject knowledge. But what about the professionalization of skills? We work with professional bodies, but in addition, we work with a MOOC, so it better prepares the students for developing a portfolio, engaging with others online, and also doing material rather than saying your deadline is due and you're working to that. You've got to manage now yourself. You've got to manage all these units at your own pace. So we interject, we act as a safety net every 3 weeks and come in and say, okay, here's where you should be. So you can align yourself with particular milestones. So the students can understand, and also we're trying to manage expectations. Can you do this in a day? Would you learn? And this is important. We wanted to understand learning. It's not a race. It's not, passing the module. We're getting student mentality away from, well, I get a first. It's all about getting an A. Yes, but it's accumulating knowledge. We talk about, is this e-learning, digital learning, online distance learning? It's learning. And we're wanting people to learn and absorb information at a pace that's appropriate to them. Because if you teach in the traditional format, you could miss what's going on. So you're in week 4 and going, I've lost what happened last week. But you can go back, you can reflect. So it's at your pace with the direction and milestones from the academic team, which is the 3 of us. And I think students learn because if you look at the class test, students perform very well. And when we start breaking the grades down and go, students genuinely learn. And they're reflecting that in their experience and then the assessment. So it's not rote learning. It's not regurgitating. It's actually emotion, reflection, learning, growth, all these types of factors brought in. So it is a genuine journey of discovery and then by definition of learning. So I think in terms of the MOOC, I don't think it's appropriate for everything. But as we move forward, I think we have to be discerning in how we use MOOCs in our curriculum. But something like this, I think, is ideal. Entrepreneurship. I know Erasmus has the Beehive, and that's certainly something that we would consider integrating as well, where you learn about entrepreneurial, and then we have the entrepreneurial DNA, which links into our entrepreneurial hub and support network, mentoring. These are things that students get to understand, time to reflect, which is sometimes something that they can't necessarily do in some modules.
Yeah. Yes, and it all seems
he does
to
shut up at times.
Yeah, I was thinking, because I know that we've got our speakers from the UK. I don't know whether they're in the waiting room because I can't see the waiting room at the moment.
Yeah, I can't
see.
And students as well.
So this does seem to link into the next stage of Erasmus that Christina was talking about a little while ago. So as she was saying, greening the Friends process and extending it further. It looks like this is something that's going to move on for quite some time. So the Teahouse, back to the Teahouse. Like we say, it's going to be a hub. The Student Representative Council will be able to meet there. It'll be where students, like it says on the screen, I can probably read it. We'll read it. Students from different cultural backgrounds will meet, gather, create, share, interact, and learn from each other. That's a lot in one sentence. But yes, that's it in one sentence. We want students to be able to come together and learn from one another and see themselves as colleagues, friends, and not somebody from country X, somebody from country Y. We want everybody to come together. And so the facility will also be used to promote the module that we've been promoting just now through the use of the equipment. Now, we already know there's a GoPro. But anyway, the SRC will also be able to use the facility to help organise our different multicultural activities throughout the year. And we've already mentioned that 130 different countries and territories, 55% or so of our students are international. That means there is something to celebrate most weeks. And when we are on campus, we can see that most weeks. It's been a little bit difficult over the last year and a half. The feedback that we've received through the IACD module is that students have enjoyed the module, but they're missing that interaction element. And I think the NGOs have already spoken about some of the impact of isolation on the mental health. And we want to try and see if we can organise other activities such as this, which, okay, this is the not so exciting bit, unfortunately. Sorry for those that are actually waiting for the exciting bit. But we will get the opportunity for students to present their cultures through different activities like the one today. So the Teahouse is actually on level 5 of APU Centre Court, just above the library. But we are here for a particular purpose. We are here for the grand opening. So we're just going to cut live. Or as live as it can be. Is it still live? It is still light outside, so it could be live. Here we go. So on the count of 3, we would like to officially open the APU Friends Teahouse. It might be 333, but it's probably likely to be 3, 2,
1.
1. There you go. I couldn't get the applause to last any longer than that. I tried lots and lots, but I could only get about 3 seconds. That is part of the Friends Teahouse. Those of you who have been to the campus will recognise where that is. But this was a photo taken not that long ago. Yeah, there's not a lot happening. If we'd been on campus, then the event would have been hosted from there, and we were going to have a proper ribbon cutting. But Jason and Swan have already said, it's been the space that we've used for the module, and you'll see some of the photos there. Although I now realise, Swan, where are you?
Exactly. Was I the one who?
Oh, you are there. You are there. I can see you. You'll be at the bottom right-hand image, the N. You're sitting behind the N. Sorry, I know it's you.
Ah, right.
I'm taking a photo.
Yeah.
So
You have cropped it.
No, I've not cropped it. This is the marvel of PowerPoint doing its marvelous stuff. But anyway, and you'll see the image top-ish right, or sort of third from the left on the top. That's one of the sessions we've had with our IACD students. So again, we've been trying to get the students to be involved and interact. But yeah, okay. What equipment have we actually got for the Friends Teahouse? The only photos that I've got are not particularly exciting, so we're just going to tell you. Swan, what have we got behind door number 1?
We have got TV, big screen TV.
I thought you were going to go with your GoPro, but there you go. So
I already said that.
Okay, so behind door number 0, because we already mentioned it. Yeah, so we've got there's a couple of large screen TVs because we want to be able to present and promote the activities of Erasmus, of APU, of the cultural activities, and the digital stories that we're going to be announcing later. So there are TVs that will point inwards and outwards to the Friends Teahouse area, and as students are walking by, they will be able to see the digital stories on the screen. So, okay, TVs. Jason, what else have we got?
Can I go with GoPro because it's already been mentioned?
GoPro, yes.
I could go GoPro. It allows students to rehearse through their materials. We have various techniques. We've also got a laptop and other
printers.
Don't forget the cameras.
Gosh. Yeah, the cameras. Gosh, you've sprung to life again there, Swan. Yes, all these so you can rehearse, you can record the materials, you can go through this before you do your performances, and it's very helpful in terms of preparing that portfolio of materials which are useful for all the communities and the clubs that we have.
And then the one thing you can't actually see very well, but I can see in the top left photo, Okay, there's a projector. Okay, you can see it being used in photo number 3, but photo number 1 on the top left, there's the projector there as well, because you need to be able to see what you're doing. So part of the module requires students to produce their digital stories. We've mentioned that already. So the laptops, the GoPros, the cameras, and the facilities are there, or will be there when we get back on campus, for students to go in and edit their digital stories, see what they look like, re-edit, borrow the cameras, borrow the GoPro, take it out when we can get outside, and do the filming that you want to do. And I know quite a few students this time have been saying they've not been able to go out because they had some very big ideas on how they wanted to produce. It's not put together a video, they want to produce the videos. And you can see from what the students have managed to do already, without the ability of getting outside, that the quality is really high. And so we're expecting great things. And the next, I can't think of any. Steven Spielberg, there you go. Well, see, I couldn't think of any producers. But yeah, so we're hoping we can see some great work from those students in the future. Yeah, this is unfortunately not very exciting as an opening goes, because we're not there. But it gives you a flavour of what the facilities are, and hopefully what you'll be able to do when we get around to using them. Anything else from the other 2 members of the Teahouse trio?
Yeah, I think it's when we're back on campus, the vibrancy, the students will make the space. So the hopefully that will be soon. So the students can start engaging and preparing their works. The videos have been very well put together, but it's just that sharing of ideas and exchanging within the learning space. Something that we're looking forward to. I'll go back to our space, which is a collective hour.
The collective hour space. Okay. Let me close down the presentation because I can't see what's going on. Oh, there we go. We're back. Right. Well, before we go further, is that the line? I'm looking at Jamal to see if that was his line that we shouldn't be using. If it's before we go further, then I won't use it. It could be before we progress. As we move on to the next item. There's lots of different ways of saying it. I can see quadruple 3s or even more now. Right. Do we want to shut the 3 of us up, or at least shut me up and then move on? Yes, I probably think people are going to be bored now.
Yeah, we are all ready to move on to the next
let's
agenda.
hand back to the dynamic duo.
Oh, hello.
Thomas,
Welcome back.
Hello.
So the line was before I start.
Before we start, Right.
Andy, you would never make a spy. You would forget the passcode there. Before I start, haha. That's it.
Yeah. All right. I
that
actually
was
find
such
it
an
pretty
amazing
interesting. Yeah.
Pretty sure. I can't wait to go back and see the whole setup from my own eyes. Wow, it was very interesting.
But it is true, like there are so many clubs, there are so many clubs are having this creativity aspect of limitation. And then now they have the equipments for it, this is going to be like an unleashing for the beast with them.
Yeah, it's going to actually...
It's the title of a book, so I think there's a copyright on that. But
no, we call it free promotion. So I think this whole setup is very good for nurturing the critical thinking among our creative students at our university. They can have a dedicated space and environment to actually unleash the ideas they have and bring it to reality. And I actually look forward to it, although I have graduated already, but I'm still gonna go back and take a look and have some fun over there. So it was really amazing session by the legendary Trinity, Prof. Andy, Prof. Jason, and Prof. Swan.
And we got to know the top secret.
Yes, we got to know the top secret finally. You're going to stop saying that.
Exactly.
So that was amazing. All right. So without further ado, do you want to break the news of the next upcoming short video we have for the viewers?
Yeah, actually, yes, I do want to do that because we talked about the multicultures that we have and stuff like that, but we all talked about it. It's time to show it to you. I gotta prove it to you. That's something we have to do.
Because Jamal and I are here who experienced it. So now it's time for us to show it to you.
All right. I'm not going to spoil anymore. So Jerry is going to put on the video for us right now for the short video that we prepared for you guys.
All right, let's see what we have here.
Change you and I, jump it at the edge. They say dreamers never die, so come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. Don't you be afraid, everything will change you and I, jump it at the edge. They say dreamers never die, so come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. 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 Come and fly away with me.
All right, I'm back. Okay, so
welcome back.
All right, so for people, the audience that have been all the way with us, stay tuned. We have at the end, remember the 5 winners that we're going to be announcing later on. So, but before we go forward, right? I changed it. All right. So before we go forward, student services team has prepared a bit of a presentation for us, right? And I believe that Adrian over here, is he here? Yeah, I think he's here. Can we add Adrian?
Yeah,
I'm here. Hello, hi.
Welcome to the session, Adrian. It's good to have you here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very excited. I mean, I'm very excited to be part of this as well. Yeah, because I remember I've started with the meetings with Christina and teams and other universities. And of course, it has been like, I think two years plus ago. Yeah, and of course, today we can see the results. Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see the launching of the Teahouse, although I haven't been there. Yeah, of course, because of the pandemic. And hopefully,
same over here. I'm excited and I'm eager to see it as well. It's been a long journey.
I'm going to visit tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to
Oh,
visit
really?
tomorrow.
Oh, lucky you. Damn. Jamal, can we visit tomorrow?
No, we can't. MCO, bro.
Oh, God.
No, you can.
Right?
You can. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, you can't, but I can.
I
guess.
All right. No issue.
All right, we're going to leave the floor to you, Adrian. So surprise us with whatever you have.
Okay. Wait. Hold on, I'm going to... Okay. So I hope everyone, can actually see this. Yeah, because just now I've attended a few sessions. Yeah, I mean, with Dr. Andy, with Dr. Jason, and also with Swan. Yeah, I mean, they are really, really, excited when talking about this. I wish I can be part of their session also. Yeah. So, but it's okay. So, I mean, I'm going to present my side where, Friends, I would say, it's a really, really good project. Yeah. So when the theme is internationalizations at home, I think that's actually make us really, really, really excited. But you see, when we talk about internationalizations at home, yeah, I mean, I think the main component here is international students. I mean, without international students, I mean, there's no point to have internationalizations at home. So, and a lot of students or a lot of people actually ask me, how you can have so many international students? Yeah. So, I mean, we are not talking about, just a tea house. When I heard about the tea house, I'm thinking with our international students and in terms of the quantity, I think we need a tea valley. Yeah, I mean, a tea house cannot fit, all the students. Yeah, so that's why probably today I'm going to share with you how we actually probably get a lot of international students that come here so that we can have really a good platform to actually make this internationalizations at home as a probably a key selling point or a key recruitment point in terms of attract even more international students. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, instead of just talking about how many nationalities that we have, probably let me share with you what APU is. I mean, very short and brief. Yeah. So I mean, we established in 1993. Yeah. So actually, this was 28 years ago. And I remember when we started, actually to penetrate into international market, because we have an idea to be more internationalizations, yeah, in Malaysia at that time. Yeah, and during end of 1990s, early 2000. So basically, we have started our internationalization journey. Yeah. So and of course, until now, we have produced more than 50,000 of graduates. And as you can see, and Dr. Andy have mentioned, I think a lot of times, I mean, at the moment, we have 12,000 over students and students from more than 130 countries. Yeah. And in terms of percentage by demographic, I think probably 50% of our students are international students, which are really amazing. Yeah. Students who graduated from APU, probably I can't guarantee that they will know friends from 130 countries, but at least any students that graduate, they will know at least 20. Yeah. I think it was already very good. Yep. So we also have overseas campuses in Sri Lanka and India. And of course, in Malaysia, these are the area that we are really focusing. And because program is also very important. Yeah. Because you see, what actually makes international students to come to Malaysia or to APU, because we are not USA, we are not UK, we are not Australia. Yeah. We are not Canada. So I mean, you really need to have probably a solid reason why students have to choose Malaysia and APU. So that's why this is has been done over the years. I would say, yeah. I mean, in terms of the to achieve that, yeah. I mean, we have to have a lot of quality programs, facilities. In terms of the support, we have to create the environment and also to give the international experience to our students. So that's actually every element that counts, that so that we can attract a lot of international students. I mean, why study in APU? I think I do not need to focus a lot, because here, I mean, very, very simple. So 100% employability and multicultural learning experience. I think these are the two things that I think very important for these sessions, especially when we are talking about internationalizations at home. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the QS Asia ranking, so we are rated #1 in Asia for international students. So means that no university in Asia is more internationalized, than APU. Yeah, in 2021. All right. So not just that, in 2017. So this is done by the student barometer from iGraduates. We are also rated #1 at that time. So in terms of for multicultural learning experience. Yeah. So that's why you can see this is achievement we are very proud of, and we will continue to deliver or to attract or to support all international students that we have here with APU. And of course, apart from that, programs also very important. Yeah. So if you do not have a good programs, I mean, international students won't come. Yeah. If you have a very ordinary programs, so you can't attract international students. Yeah. So that's why you can see our programs are very, very technology and IR oriented, or we call it Industry Revolutions 4.0 oriented. And this has started many years ago. Yeah. So I do not want to go through all the programs. Yeah. But apart from that, one of the key strategies that we always, no matter in what decisions that we are making in terms of, programs development, so in terms of support, in terms of activities. So, internationalization is always our consideration. So I would say, so when everyone thinks the same in APU, yeah, when doing things, think this aspect in APU, definitely this can create a great ecosystem, no matter whether it's to attract or to support, all the international students in APU. All right. So in terms of the vision and missions, so you can see that even we have to the benchmark internationally, in terms of the programs that we actually offered, so that the program is accredited or is recognized worldwide. All right. So yeah, and also if you can see in terms of our mission, so internationalization is always one of the key elements in our mission. Okay. So apart from that, because of we have a large pool of students from overseas, international students, sometimes they might have a questions, as Malaysia degree or APU degree can be recognized worldwide, right? So in order to answer that, of course it's a yes. But here in APU, we also partner with the Montfort University Leicester. So it is an honor for APU to have to partner with the MU. So whereby students can opt for a dual degree or dual awards. Yeah. So that when we are having international students, parents or students or sponsors, they are, I would say will have more trust, will have more in terms of belief, that APU, and although it is from Malaysia, it carries and deliver the same standards of education like in UK, especially with the Montfort universities. All right. So and of course, in the program itself, we do have some short programs that attract students from all over the world. Yeah, this could be a discovery semester or even the short-term programs. Yeah, even the exchange one-to-one program. And if not mistaken, we have a lot of short-term programs or discovery semester programs with students from France, from Germany, students from Netherlands, as well as from Japan and from China, from Vietnam. So yeah, and many more. Yep. So another thing that I would say the key ingredient or the recipe, yeah, in terms of why we are so internationalized, because we also have a really good campus facilities. Because without that, students probably they don't really want to come. Yeah. So and you can see even when we have set up our center point, this is the center or the heart of the universities. So you can see it's just not just a tea house. I would say this is much more bigger than that. So it is like an international hub, and this every flag that you see now here, yeah, actually represents the students, yeah, that we have, and whenever that we have a new nationality in terms of a student, we will actually put a flag on this place. So, and this is the most happening place in APU. Of course, this photo is taken before the pandemic. Yeah, I hope that the same scenario will happen again, really soon. All right, when they come back. And of course, these are some of the facilities. Yeah, because facilities is very important. Every parents, every student, before they come, they need to check. They need to make sure that the children, the students are studying in a good place. That's where where a lot of students they are happy, and when they are here, they can see a very modern facility, so that they continue to recommend friends. So that's why from here, so we will get a lot more international students, and to sustain the internationalizations at home. Yeah. So because for our local Malaysian students, yeah, I mean, they also need to be exposed as well. All right. So, and even for students who actually from, let's say, A country or B country, they also want to actually get engaged or get friends, you know, from other places, not just from Malaysia. So that's why with the effort that we are doing by always improving our facilities, this definitely can attract even more and more students. Yeah. So, yep, these are all the facilities. Okay. And even accommodation. Yeah. So accommodation is another focus or another concern for many international students. So I mean, yeah, you need to have you know a good standards of accommodation. Yeah, I mean, so that international students, you know, when they are here and because very simple, if they leave happy, when they study happy, more will come. All right, so this is just accommodation which is on campus. Yeah, apart from that, we also organize a lot of study tours. Yeah, I mean, for the last few years before the pandemic. So we also organize trips for our students to go to Maldives. Yeah, for a few weeks. Yeah, so these are the pictures. Yeah, actually, we plan to do more. Yeah, but of course, I mean, due to the pandemic, I mean, we can't do at the moment. But of course, I hope that very soon. I mean, these are in the plan, whereby, you know, we have, I mean, a plan to take our students to Singapore, Japan, you know, Korea, China, Indonesia, UK, Dubai, you know, France. Yeah, because we also have a lot of partners in those countries. All right. So apart from that, so when you look at the recruitment wise, we also have more than 15 staff who base regionally. So it means that I have colleagues who base in Kazakhstan, I have colleagues who base in Indonesia, I have colleagues who base in, you know, in Dubai, I have colleagues who base in Kenya, so I have in Vietnam, you know. So all these are very important to us because you see, when you have students or a big pool of students from those countries, and usually if they, let's say if they don't speak the language, so it's very difficult to reach the university. So that's why all these points that we have, this also will support, you know, our students over that side. So that any communications that cannot be reached to Malaysia. So I mean that's a level or that's a stage that, you know, the support will reach to them. So that even makes a lot of families, a lot of students, they feel safe, you know, and they feel that APU is very responsible in taking care of their welfare, in taking care not just after they enroll, I mean, not just before they enroll, even after they enroll. All right. So we also have student welcome team, student ambassadors, and of course, only by last year we have safety ambassadors. Yeah. So because we know that every students or international students that come to Malaysia and APU, and I would say 99% of them are first time. So we know that everyone that come or arrive, they will have homesick. So that's why we have a student welcome team to make sure that all the international students that arrive adjusted well. Yeah. So that's why, I mean, our students welcome or students ambassadors plays a very important role in making sure the transitions, yeah, until they settle down, then of course they will, you know, operate their own. But at the early stage, especially the first 2 weeks, you know, I mean, the role of student ambassador, student welcome is very important. Yeah, and especially the safety ambassadors, actually the role just created because of the pandemic. So we have to make sure that all students, no matter local or international students, have to follow the SOP or the social distancing during the pandemic. Yeah. So I mean, student welcome team, they did a very good job. You know, they not just welcome and taking care of new international students. They also, you know, host a lot of parties, a lot of trips. Yeah, that send students. I mean, to the place around KL, and we have the a day tour, or sometimes we go to islands with them as well. Okay, so you can see here. So yeah, students from around the world. I think, yeah, I mean, this is, as I say, this is the mission, because we can see that, you know, someone who are exposed, someone who have basically, you know, exposed to this internationalization element, definitely they will change, or transform. I mean, to me, you can see that any of our students that graduated, they have a different, thinking perspective. And they are also probably more matured than most of the students. I think this is very important. So that's why we continue to put a lot of effort to make sure that the internationalization is there. So that's why you can see the exposure, the exchange, and diversity, and the network. This is what the students do and students build, throughout their studies with us. And in the end, of course, in terms of after they graduate, I think this connection is very important. So you do not know, where the opportunities come from, and from here we can see, because of internationalization, our graduates have successfully probably they get opportunities to work on the business together, or maybe to get work opportunity in different countries, and based on the friends they have met in APU. So a lot of cultural activities that we organize as well. Because we also believe that knowledge not just learned in the classroom. So there's a lot more actually to be learned. So in terms of the internationalization, or in terms of the outside the classroom, in the aspect of cultural activities. So that's why the university is not stingy. Just now, as Dr. Andy said, almost every month we have a few events like this. Big events celebrating cultural days, international, I would say, Independence Days. And also some of the traditional celebrations as well. So that's why you can see there's many activities involved here. So as myself as well, I mean, before I joined APU, I joined APU in 2008, I think it's about 14 years ago. So I myself even transformed. I mean, you mentioned about the students, even I myself, at least my geography become better. I know which country is which country. Before that, actually, I do not know so many countries, and I do not have so many friends now, because they are all previously my students. And now I would say even myself, my network have increased a lot, compared to what I am before, right? So these are all the activities, that we have. And apart from that, all our international students, or even our local students, they join a lot of competitions as well. And not just in Malaysia, even for international, or we send students to Germany, to US, to Japan, to Korea, so that's the things that make a difference. So in terms of what international students they are expecting. So because of all these ingredient and recipe, so I think that's why international students keep coming to us. And of course, thank you for all the leaderships, and all the people who are involved in making sure that the element of internationalizations at home continue to sustain in APU. That's all my presentations. I hope I didn't take a lot of time.
Thank you very much, Adrian.
So, you are here.
I'm here, yes, and so is our next couple of guests. Sorry, I've jumped in because I'm mindful of their availability. I'm just going to. So I just want to say thank you. All the work that the student services team do really helps to bring the students in, and allows us to have that big cross section of students, which does help to that multicultural aspect that we keep continuing to try and expand and improve on. So it's down to the work of the student services team that we're able to do this. So thank you from the academic side.
Welcome.
And I'll pass you back to Jamal before we move to our UK visitors.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, we're back. All right. So what such a wonderful sharing session or presentation by Adrian, right? Showed us the culture and the whole experience, right? The most important is the experience that you go through as a journey in APU. And then most importantly right now is we're going to invite our guests that they'll be sharing their their session in the next session coming. So I'm gonna pass on to Nabil to start with the first guest, and then I'm gonna give an addition to
Wow.
the other person that will be.
Basically, I didn't have to steal it from you this time. That's really good.
Oh no.
Nice. All
We're
right.
doing it rightfully this time.
Now we have speakers from UK. That's awesome. So now, without further ado, let me give the introduction first, and then I'm going to pass it to Jamal, and then we're going to have the honor to connect with the speakers. So the first one we have is Dr. Simon Oldroyd. He's the Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean of Faculty of Health and Life Sciences at De Montfort University. So Dr. Simon has been Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean for the Faculty of Health and Life Sciences since February 2015, and he was interim Deputy Vice Chancellor between April 2019 and January 2021. Dr. Simon has graduated with Bachelor's in Science in Anatomy and Cell Biology from the University of Sheffield in 1991. Also, before going on to the study for a PhD in renal physiology and pharmacology at the same institution, following the completion of his PhD studies, Dr. Simon was successful in gaining an European Union Human Capital and Mobility Fellowship to work in the research laboratories of the Mario Negri Institute for Pharmacological Research in Bergamo, Italy, between the year 1994 to 1997, working on the renal effects of the peptide endothelin. That's pretty amazing. Wow. It's so much, like very sophisticated studies. I can't imagine all the journey that has been through. And actually, following the postdoctoral research post at the Sheffield Kidney Institute, Dr. Simon joined DMU, De Montfort University, as a lecturer in the School of Pharmacy in year 2000, and that's pretty good. During this period, he went on to the program lead of BSc Biomedical Science degree course and expansion into the medical and clinical sciences. So there's a lot more. I'm going to save it for him. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it to Jamal to introduce the other speaker that are going to be joining us.
All right, so we're left with one more person, right? Which is Mrs. Elizabeth Hathaway. Is an international education professional with nearly 30 years of extensive experience, right? I could go on and express all the bio and what are the experiences that she had. Amazingly, a lot of experiences, and as well as that. The main issue is that we don't have much time, so I got to introduce them first to you so that they give us a sharing session, right? So I'm going to leave the rest to Mrs. Elizabeth and Dr. Simon. Hello.
Oldroyd. Welcome to both of you to our session of the launch of the Teahouse.
Thanks, Nabil, and thanks, Jamal, for such a wonderful introduction. Nice to see you.
All ours. Hello.
Hello. Right. Swan, I don't see your camera on, but as soon as I see your camera go on, I'm going to get you to join as well. This session is just oh, you're there. Let me add you. Sorry. I removed you. Put you back in. Sorry. Okay. I don't let somebody with a computing background start tinkering around, because it can make things go horribly wrong. Anyway, this session we wanted to have a bit of a discussion about diversity and inclusion and how it all impacts in sort of internationalisation and how that can help with future careers. Because again, a number of people already today have said that about 55% of our population is from international students, 130 different countries and territories, and it is a great achievement that we do get this large diverse group of students. But diversity and inclusion, I think, have become quite common topics of conversation recently. And we've realised that there is some confusion about what they are and what the differences are. I thought before we start, I'd try and explain what those differences are, and then we can have a discussion about what DMU are doing in those different areas as well. So so diversity is about a mix, and I remember I read somewhere quite a while ago, diversity is a quantifiable thing. How many males and females? How many people with disability? How many from ethnic minorities? So, you can have a diverse group of people, and all you need to do is, if you're a company, all you need to do is employ them and say, I've hit my diversity figure. There you go. So it's just the number of people that you can bring in to get those targets hit. So that's not really difficult. It's the inclusivity part which is the more difficult part, because that's where we're talking about the feelings and the quality of the experience that those people have, whether they feel like they belong. Can they be their true self within the organization and then not feel that they stand out? The company embraces their particular background and brings you into the heart of the organization, and you're just another member of the organization. So that can be quite difficult to achieve. But what we then need to do is make sure that everybody has a voice, and so they feel that they're represented within the organization, and then they have the confidence to be themselves within the organization, and then there's a feeling of belonging within the community under that one identity, whether it's the identity of that university or the identity of that company. And so it's the glue that brings all those people together. At APU, that's what we try to do. Adrian was already mentioning earlier about, we've been going through this international journey for a large number of years. And so the opportunities that we try and provide for students to showcase their cultures, their diversity, and the sorts of things that the Student Representative Council will be looking at when we're putting the multicultural events together. It's a way that we can provide confidence for the students to work effectively as team members, whether they're in the same room or, as we are today, we're going to be working together, hopefully without any technical issues, but across the globe. And that's what people are going to be doing, because I think studies have shown that when you've got people that feel like they are part of the organisation, they will be more productive. And that means they'll be more innovative, and that will help to improve the company or the organisation. So inclusivity is the hard bit, diversity is the easy bit. We try to tackle that here. We've heard lots of people talking about it at APU, and so we thought we'd try and find out what another institution, and who better than going across to DMU, who are our main partner. Over to you. I'm going to rest now.
Thanks, Andy, and good evening, everybody. It's lovely to be invited to speak at this second APU Friends Day. Really pleased Liz and I could be part of the conversation on this, and the embracing of diversity and inclusivity, as Andy's pointed out, is something that's very close to our hearts as well here at De Montfort University. We're just about to embark upon a new university strategy. We've got a new Vice Chancellor, new leader of the university, Professor Katie Normington, and she is driving a new strategy for the university. And a big part of that strategy is championing diversity and making sure that diversity and inclusivity is a theme of everything that runs horizontally, I guess, across everything that we do at the university. We're in, as I hope you all know, we're in Leicester in the United Kingdom, and Leicester's right in the very centre of the country, right in the middle of England. And if you go on Wikipedia and put in the demographics of Leicester, what comes up on Wikipedia is it says Leicester in England is an ethnically and culturally diverse city, and we are known as being an ethnically and culturally diverse city. And in fact, Leicester was the first city in the UK to be a plural city. And what that means is it was the first city in the UK where white British people weren't in the majority. And we celebrated that in Leicester when we heard that. That was about 10 years ago, towards the end of 2011. And we had a big celebration in the city to celebrate the fact that it was a plural city, and that that we had this fantastic ethnic majority and ethnic diversity within the city, and what that means to us. And we've been having that discussion ever since, I guess, about what that means to us as a university in Leicester, and what that means to our students, and particularly what it makes our campus like. So, as we've heard from Adrian and from Andy, well over half your student population at APU are international students, and that, you know, you guys need to be really aware of how lucky you are to have that kind of population of international students, how much of a rich environment that gives you. Here at DMU, about 20% of our students are international students, again from lots of different countries, but about 20%. But we have a very, very diverse home population, and that gives our campus something special, I think, both culturally and beyond that. I'm a really firm believer that when you go to university as a student, you will learn stuff, won't you? You'll learn things. You're educated, so you learn things, which is fantastic, and it's what we want to see you doing, learning things. But going to university also has a civilizing effect. I really believe that. It certainly had a civilizing effect on me. It civilizes you as a person, and meeting people from different communities, from different nationalities, different countries, has a huge effect on how we learn, how we take knowledge on board, and also how we see ourselves as well. As Andy said, there's lots of evidence to say that bringing diversity to businesses means that businesses improve, and exactly the same is the case. It's exactly the same for education. Bringing diversity and inclusivity to education sees an improvement in how that education is delivered, and certainly an improvement in the outcomes for our graduates. I'm going to pass over to Liz now, because I don't want to hog the whole conversation. I'll pass over to Liz. But certainly, I think a piece on what partnerships such as ours bring to that whole piece around diversity and inclusivity is a really important bit of the conversation, I guess. I'll pass over to Liz.
Yeah, so thanks, Simon, and thanks for inviting me and Simon to this event. It's really important, I think, for us as DMU in the UK to be involved in this, given our we are now the main partner with APU. And clearly one of the things that it means for us in terms of that sort of international inclusivity is about ensuring that our graduates are actually employable and able to go out into the world of work with practical and appropriate skills going forward. I did notice in the presentation that Adrian gave, actually, that there's some key areas that we actually engage in at DMU also very much aligned to what you yourselves do at APU, not just around the sort of international student demographic, but also in terms of in-country representatives and in-country staff. We have a very similar profile of that at DMU. We've got a very broad range of transnational education partners, not just with APU, but globally across the world. And all of that gives us a really good mix and understanding about what it means to be international and inclusive in our approaches. We also, you've got APU abroad, we've also got something called DMU Global, which is a very important part of what we do. And up until recently, obviously, with before the pandemic, we did send our students all over the globe, and we had some really big cross-faculty, cross-university events in places like Hong Kong, New York. We're actually involved with the UN in terms of working with them around the Sustainable Development Goals, and we're a key partner with the UN in that area. And so also alongside that, we've obviously sent students to APU to actually work with your students and with your staff in particular key areas, and we're hoping that we'll be able to do that going forward. Employability, as I say, is very important to both of us, and our graduates getting good graduate employment jobs, and we're very keen to make sure that that continues. Also, alongside that, in terms of the sort of international dimensions, you know, quality and the quality of our education is quite a key component of what we're doing. And so we would like to think that both our programmes, obviously in terms of what you need to do at APU, but also in terms of what we need to do in terms of that international benchmarking is key. And the other thing that I noticed from the discussion that Adrian was involved in was the student barometer that's run by iGraduate, that actually, again, you have probably engaged in slightly longer than we have, but this last year we engaged in that for the first time, and some of the results actually from that in terms of inclusivity and diversity actually very much align to that which APU have in terms of student support, the infrastructure around student support. Another area that I just wanted to briefly touch on is something that at DMU we do, which is called Universal Design for Learning, which is about supporting students irrespective of their background, the way that they learn, to learn and study at their own pace. And one of the things that we're trying to work with APU around that is to share best practice about how students can learn and study irrespective of where they come from and their sort of ethnic and social backgrounds. And I guess that's a lot to say in a very short period of time, but I think those are some of the key headline areas that we're working on with APU in sort of in the terms of international education. So I don't know if there's anything else Simon wanted to add, or whether Andy wanted to jump in here.
Well, I was going to actually look to my left, Swan. Now, if you look to your left, and you should look straight at me. People think I'm actually talking to you now. Yeah. Oh,
yeah. No, you're supposed to be
wrong way.
yeah.
Wrong way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never mind. Anyway, so Swan, was there anything you want to add?
Actually, when I was listening to all of you talking, then I was thinking to myself, I said, us the Malaysian are very lucky because we already grew up in a very diverse environment because of the different races. The celebration of different festivities among all the different races, again, food-wise, I think we are all very familiar with, see, this is definitely missing the food here. So the varieties of foods that we get, yeah, so maybe not everything is the inclusivity we could do better. Now I have to be careful what I say. But yeah, the diverse background, the culture, I think us Malaysian are already very used to that. And of course, APU embrace that very well. I think average Malaysian, we speak quite a lot of languages. I speak Mandarin, I speak Cantonese, I speak Malay, I speak English. Yeah, so but that's quite common among all of us because of the dialects that we speak with our friends, going to school, you know, and all this. So I think this is all in sync with what we want to do for our students as well. Yeah. Yeah. And of course now knowing Andy and all, so yeah, so we share a lot of well, Andy is what, half of Malaysian.
Yeah, earlier I was half English, half Scottish. Now, and I'm half Malaysian. So yeah, we are the Teahouse trio. I'm all in one. But I was going to say, yes, when it comes to food, I was looking up to Liz at that point because she doesn't like fish. That's my fault. But that's another story. That'll be in Friends Day Part 3. Tune in this time next year and you'll find out more. But yeah, we did say that we might get questions from the audience. I haven't seen any questions coming in. So we'll just sort of see if any questions do come in. If people have questions about internationalization and how it impacts on on employability, please post some questions. If not, don't worry, you don't have to, because I know that we've also got our winning students who have been sitting patiently waiting to know if they've won, and the marvellous prize they've won. But we can wait a little while for them. Yeah, when it comes to employability, the one thing we say is we want students to be able to work effectively, no matter what their background is. I don't know whether, but there's so many things today. I know in one session I mentioned 100% employability. I can't remember whether I've done it in this session. If I haven't, then I'm getting no. Thank you, Jamal. Thank you. I could see the shake. We are reviewed by the ministry on a yearly basis, and there's a tracer study to identify the employability of graduates. And now 2 years in a row. Last year we were the only institution to score 100%. This year we are one of two to score 100%. So we know we're doing the right thing. We're providing the skills that students need to get jobs. But when we were talking to students earlier, these were sort of some new students coming in. One thing I said to them was, we can teach you the right stuff. You can demonstrate that you can do it. And the bit of paper will get you the interview. But it's you that gets the job. And if you have the confidence and the ability to interact with people, then that will come out in that interview, and you will look more comfortable, more confident, and then it will be, that's the person we want for the job, rather than the timid person that might they might have scored really well, but you're thinking, are they really going to be able to communicate with our customers? And so it's important that these soft skills, as they're called, which are the hardest skills to develop, are the ones that we try and focus on to make sure that you are employable. I'm guessing from the social sciences and the health area, this is something that Simon has also experienced.
Yeah, that's right, Andy, and it is really, really important. And it's what you're saying there is, you will learn and you will gain knowledge with us, either university or both universities. But it's the things that you can pack in around that knowledge, the opportunities that you take while you're at university. And I think both of our universities offer some fantastic opportunities. We've heard about DMU Global from Liz. We've heard about APU Abroad study tours from Adrian. It's about students taking those opportunities, volunteering opportunities that we might offer as well. All those kinds of things make you a different person. And as you rightly say, Andy, then when you are, the people sat either side of you in the queue for the interview for the job, do you have a richer, more rounded experience because of the opportunities that you've picked up through your 3 or 4 years at university? And certainly that international element and that link is something that's really important. And as you say, from a health angle, in my faculty here at DMU, for many years we produced graduates for the UK market and only for the UK market. We produced nurses or pharmacists for a UK market, and that was very short-sighted. And about 10 years ago, we decided to I guess, broaden the horizons of our students. That's why DMU Local came on board, because we want our graduates to work in any country in the world, not just in the UK. Producing students for the UK economy is important to us, but we want our students to have the experience to work in any country in the world. And that's why partnerships like the one that we have, the DMU APU partnership, is so important, because it gives both our students that opportunity to see those different cultures and meet people from different nations. But again, I think, as we've said many times, it gives us the opportunity to learn from each university as well. We've learned so much as a university from working with APU. We've learned a lot about how academically, actually, how we put things together, how we put courses together, and how to work together. So that learning, just as an institution, never mind you lot as individual students, that learning as an institution has been really, really rich for us, and continues to be so. And as I said, not only should you feel yourselves very lucky to have over half your student population as international students, but also the way that you celebrate that and you make that front and center of what you do in APU is something that should be really celebrated and lauded, and something that I think we can learn from as well. The way you have every flag from every nation hanging from the campus inside, and the way that you celebrate national days of all the institutions every day is a fantastic thing to see. And I think we can learn from, and we are learning, as I said, we are learning from that. That's some of the things that we've had discussions about, how we might mirror doing that here at DMU.
Thank you. I was thinking, I couldn't see where the microphone switch was, then I was moving around on the screen. I think, again, just to tie it all back into the main reason that the students are going to be watching this event. When you get to an interview, you need to be able to take something that demonstrates your, your full-roundedness as an individual. And one way to do that, for those students who are doing computing modules, it'll be by studying the Intercultural Awareness and Cultural Diversity module, where you are taught by the Teahouse trio, myself, Jason and Swan, where at the end of it, a digital story is produced to explain about your international experience, an international journey. Now, that doesn't mean a physical journey, but it could be a mental international journey. And then a reflection on what you actually learned through that experience. And I know we've got more students joining now. Okay, I can see 4 students in the wings. 4 of the 5 winners are here because we wanted to move. Oh, I can see someone else is trying to get in.
Yeah, I think we should have all 5 now. Yeah.
So the students who are going to be joining in a minute have actually gone through the module, and they've been able to demonstrate this ability to engage in an intercultural experience, and that sort of thing will help when they go out and get a job, because they can explain about what they've actually learned. So yeah, so I know the students are now waiting. I don't want to rush everybody off because I know you've made particular time to come in, which we really appreciate. And is there anything else that we want to add? Because no questions have come in. Thank goodness, or we might be here till midnight.
No, listen, Andy, it's about the students, isn't it? It's not about us. So
exactly.
we can absolutely get onto the students. It's just been really nice to be part of the event, and it's really nice to hear about how you're doing it, and the Teahouse trio with yourself and Swan and Jason. It's nice to hear about that as well. It's just been lovely to be able to join the event this evening with you, and happy to be part of similar things in the future. It's a great thing to celebrate and to discuss.
Well, I would like to finish on. Sorry, Andy, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's about the norm, really.
That's normal.
The only thing that I would like to add is, and obviously we're not staying for this, but for those students that are winners, congratulations, whomever you might be.
Yes, we'll find out very shortly. But those winning videos will be on the Erasmus Plus website, which is streaming across the bottom of the screen and has been for the last couple of hours. There will be a section in there where the winning videos will be posted. But then all the other 189 or whatever it was that Swan, Jason, and I have reviewed over the last 2 days, they will also be there. Minus 1 or 2 where students have said they prefer them not to be posted, and again we respect the the wishes of the students. If they don't want it posted, then it's just used for assessment purposes, but the majority of them will be there. So if you want to have a sort of Netflix binge watch, there will be 180 something of those for you to watch at your leisure. So thank you to both of you. Yes, I thought you would. So thank you, Simon and Liz. We'll hand back then. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe, and enjoy the summer.
Yeah, not yet.
I'm looking at you in yeah, okay.
It's July tomorrow. Everything will change. Yeah,
everything will change. Yeah. Well, it's always great to see you, and we'll look forward to seeing you in another activity in the not too distant future. Probably.
Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay.
Right, we have all the winners in.
I think I can only see 3, 4.
Okay. 4.
Yes.
Let me.
Okay.
Just,
Shall we jump straight into it, or
yes,
do we
please.
want?
I'm just gonna check and
vanish?
see if anybody has
Okay.
got a problem logging in.
Okay. Well, let me just go to. I don't want to usurp our MCs from their job. So if you want to pop in and introduce the next session, you can do. If you want to sit there and laugh at it,
I think it's all right. We can have some relaxation, me and Nabil, on this one. Do you want
It kind of feels you're enjoying it, so we don't want to take it away from you as well.
No, yeah,
I can say I'm not as well.
I do believe. I think they're all here.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think it should be.
I can see all of our students in. Okay, so we know who the winners are.
Oh, you have to announce it. So, me and Nabil, let's go back down.
Yep, we can go to our place. See you guys.
Okay, we'll see you on the other side. And now, let us put on the announcement. Okay, so as we've mentioned over the course of the event, it's the first real group of students, not that we've got artificial students, sorry. It's the first full group of students that have gone through the intercultural awareness and cultural diversity module with us at APU as part of their curriculum. We didn't need to do this as part of the Erasmus Friends Project, but we wanted to incorporate this into the curriculum where we could, because we understand, as you've heard from all the other activities, the importance of intercultural awareness and being able to work with different groups of students, different groups when you graduate. I'm obviously getting tired now. So these students have just worked their way through the materials that had been prepared for the intercultural passport module, and that was delivered by our partners in Turkey, Bulgaria, Poland, and Hungary. Yes. Yep. So they produced all the materials, and that's what the students have been working through. They then had to go through a small class test to demonstrate the knowledge that they picked up, write a reflective report on an intercultural experience, and then also to prepare a digital story. If I can get my next slide to come up. It's not moving. Oh, there you go. So the brief was to produce a personal digital story, 2 to 3 minutes. Shouldn't be really much more than 3 minutes. Recorded on any media. So that could have been a mobile phone. It could have been on a full movie projector. Projector? No, camera.
Video camera.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a technical term. Or a GoPro. So on.
Yep,
so it could have been shot on any medium. It could include video. It could include visuals that the students had put together themselves. It could be visuals that are taken from visual sites where there are royalty-free visuals that could be used. So 2 minutes, any medium. Okay, but to reflect, but not limited to, an intercultural or international or global experience, maybe some cross-cultural experience, or some people talked about, some cross-cultural incidents that they've had to cope with, or an intercultural journey and how people have developed over the experience. Because what we wanted them to then do was to highlight what the cross-cultural experience was, and how the cross-cultural communications was important. Looking at cultural diversity, and reflecting on what they'd actually learned. So as we say, it's around about 190. We have whittled that down to the top 5. Unfortunately, those of you who've been watching for a while will notice that Jason isn't here. Jason's had to leave to sort something out. So he would have been here. He sends his apologies. But all you need to do is blink, open your eyes, and you'll just pretend you're seeing him rather than me. So we're actually both here. We're just in the same body. Okay, so should we all go home now, or should we move on?
Move on.
Move on. Okay, because we've got 5 people waiting in the wings. Now, here we go. I haven't got a drum roll, unfortunately. I should have actually incorporated a drum roll into this slide, but I didn't. So drum roll.
That will do,
we're going to be announcing the winners in no particular order, except there is, because it's alphabetical. If we'd done it any other way, somebody might have said, oh, why did they come first? So it's just alphabetical. So our first winner, we'll announce the winner, and then hopefully Jerry, who's sitting in the wings, will be ready to play their winning video. So the first winner is Chan Si-mun. So hopefully now, as if by magic, we can get the video playing. Or not.
There you
hear
go.
it? Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, right. Let us look on the screen.
Hi guys, I'm a Malaysian Chinese and I once had a chance to study in China, a country where Alipay and WeChat is everywhere. Everything was literally shining when I came here for the first time, like the e-wallet, Alipay that only appears in the legend. Whoa, massive subways, electric vehicles, cultural heritage, and beautiful sceneries are everywhere. Now, I can buy things from Taobao wherever and whenever I want. To me, it's like a glance of our future world. Even canteen food looks so tasty and delicious. And I met a few new friends from different backgrounds. We had some really fun moments together. Like when the time my friend stabs the chopsticks to his rice and made me and my Japanese friends scream. Like they laughed looking at me repeating I want snow every day. Or the time when my friend's mom called over to remind him to eat more potatoes. But it soon wore off, and I started feeling bad about this. Like, why do the cars come from the left instead from the right? It's so confusing. Why do roadside snack stores don't even accept cash? Now I can't go anywhere or buy anything when my phone's battery is dead. Why is it so cold today? And why does the food here taste so salty and oily? More and more problems and misery seems to be coming. Until one day it is unbearable and I told my friends, why can't China be like Malaysia? My friend said something like, if it's like Malaysia, then you can't see the snow. I thought you liked snow, although you haven't seen one yet. I was stunned. Yeah, why am I trapped in small little hustles and became unaware of its true beauty? All the nice experience I've been through since I came to China is looping in my head. Diversity is beauty. That's why I long to come here. Because it is different than Malaysia. It is unique. It is interesting. Nature is diverse. We have green plants. We have amazing creatures. They complement and complete each other just like me and my friends. They are also similar in a way, like the smile of the people, regardless of where I am, that has never changed. Although me and my friends come from different backgrounds, we are still similar in a way, and that is what bonded us together. After that day, I started trying to adapt to the lifestyle here. I started to get the hang of the traffic situation in China, bringing another power bank wherever I go, wearing warmer winter clothes, and I started to think that salty and oily food are also not that bad. At the end, it didn't snow, but now it doesn't matter anymore. I enjoyed every moment of my life.
So well done, well done. Now we should have our winner ready to appear. And there we go. So congratulations. You've won one of the 5 prizes. Would you like to say anything?
I feel very happy to be one of the winners today. And of course, the original intention was not to win. I just want to share my story, and that's all. I really enjoyed the days when I started making this digital story, from the scripts to the drawings to the animation. It's like re-experiencing all those memories I had. We were friends, but more like family, maybe because we are all foreigners in a foreign country and we just had each other's backs. And I just feel like it's such a beautiful thing to tell. So I just made this story, and thank you everyone for your support.
Fantastic.
Did you draw those yourself?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the same.
Fantastic. Yes, we were looking at it and thought, wow, that's good artwork. So congratulations, a well-deserved winner. So that's number 1. Stay on the line, winner, because we'll get a photo of everybody on the screen a little bit later. Let's now just jump back to see who our second winner is going to be. I need to switch my slides so I can see. And winner number 2 is Ku Ji Lin. So we should be able to show the video. Oh, lots of things are jumping around. Here's the video.
It was the year end of 2014 and the day I've been waiting for has finally arrived. I was so excited I barely slept the night before. But I'll be skipping school tomorrow and going on a trip I would remember till this day. Celebrating my last Children's Day with my family in a foreign country. My mom and aunt decided to bring me, my cousin and my sister on a trip to Japan. We headed to the airport at midnight and landed in Osaka in the morning. Upon arrival, everything looked so similar yet so different. Somehow it felt oddly familiar too. Maybe it's because of the incredible similarities of the scene drawn in anime. Since 7, I remember watching anime with my cousin and I got hooked ever since. The art styles, details, storyline, basically everything captivated me, and I still enjoy watching it from time to time. Anyway, the most embarrassing yet unforgettable incident happened at the bathhouse. We checked into a hotel which had a bathhouse, and as it was everyone's first time, things were a little messy. Firstly, there was me and my sister who were reluctant to go in naked, and I insisted on wearing a singlet. But yeah, I didn't really have a choice. But I found out instantly that nobody cared, so I didn't mind it afterwards. I recall only a handful of people in there though. My mom and my aunt went to the sauna instead of joining us in the tub, and we were left alone. After some time, we got used to the water temperature, and apparently my cousin thought it was a good idea to start swimming. That wasn't the worst part. She brought her goggles, and being children, we joined in and started playing quite loudly. A lady in the same tub wasn't too happy about our behavior and proceeded to tell us off, which is understandable, as we were not respectful of other people's personal space and were being loud and inconsiderate. She spoke in Japanese and we didn't understand a single thing, but we could tell by her tone that we messed up badly. I remember us three apologizing and being as quiet and still as we could be in one corner of the tub. It was quite unforgettable and I would love to visit Japan again, maybe visiting the shrines and get my hands on those roly pencils they showed in Kuroko no Basket.
Okay, fantastic. Well done again. And are you in the room? Are you in the room? Let's see. Yes, you are. Hello. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. Very well done.
Thank you. And is there anything you want to say to the World Wide Web who are watching you now?
No. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kujelin. This is my first time attending anything like this, so this is incredibly surreal and exciting for me. Nonetheless, I want to thank the communities and APU for this assignment. The ICAD digital story assignment was quite fun to do compared to the regular assignments that we have. It's not the best due to my lack of practice, but drawing it provided an escape for me from my assignments and for me to relax while getting tasks done. To be honest, I finished 3 assignments in like 10 days, and this one is one of them. At that moment, I felt extra accomplished, and to be honest, and now with this one, this is like beyond my expectations. The story was definitely unforgettable, and now looking back as an adult, but not an adult, but like almost an adult, we now know better to not do things like this. Also, I want to thank my best friend, Ashley Lau Jiayu, for her very useful inputs and suggestions during the making of this video. I'm very, very grateful and happy, and also a little flattered that my video got picked. So yeah, if I were to thank everyone, it would take quite some time. So thank you so much, and have a good day.
Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Another great video.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, just stay in the background, and we'll call you back for a group photo a little bit later. Okay. So now, number 3. Let's see. Right, I need to get to the right screen. Sorry, I jumped across the screen. Our third winner, Ling Wei Jet. And we'll now get their video up and running.
Since the COVID-19 outbreak, the government of Malaysia enforced a movement control order to curb the spread of the virus. Everyone was affected by this new normal. The quarantine has cut off the connection between me and the outside world. It created a sense of hollowness in myself, as I expected more than staying in the house for the whole time. What's worse is that the quarantine showed no sign of stopping. I was missing out many precious opportunities to interact with people from other cultures. So I figured maybe I could get to know more people. I started playing online games. At first, I was playing the games with my friends only. As I dived deeper into the gaming community and the culture, I started to meet more people, including people from Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Japan, and even people from European server. We would casually chat and talk about various of things, like the good and bad things that happened to us recently. We play cooperatively as a team to accomplish our goals. In the process, I realized the power of a team far exceeds individual progress, and we should combine the strengths of different individuals in the team. With that, we are able to devise strategies that are impossible for an individual alone. It was so much fun to try hilarious tactics with them, and that's how memorable experiences are created. Speaking of memorable experiences, I felt the warmth from the social interaction within the gaming community, probably because when we interact using the gamer identity, it creates a sense that we are the same, a sense of belonging to the same community. We always try to improve our skills in game. The attitude of always improving ourselves is part of the gaming culture. Study shows gamers are more persistent with challenges because of the dopamine reward response of conquering a difficult stage and the awareness of incremental progress in game. We show our kindness by offering our help. Sometimes we also receive help from strangers even without asking. It reinforces the bonds between the gamers, and it makes me believe that this is how we should shape our healthy community. Sincerity is what breaks the barriers between people with different cultural backgrounds. My experience of making friends in the game taught me that we should not apply filter to anybody because every person is unique. You might be surprised by how big the difference between expectations and the reality is. Many times, I have to admit my flaws and mistakes. The process of improving is just trying, failing, and repeat. I learned to accept my mistakes and show respect to the winners, just like how players like GG, which mean good games, acknowledging efforts from both sides, and move on. I also learned the importance of cooperation, because one alone hardly win any games without trust and confidence in teammates. Lastly, I understand that everything, no matter in game or in real life, both requires effort to make myself better than the others. In summary, gaming cultures have taught me how to live my life, and thanks for watching.
another great video. This is more Swan's background.
Yeah. I
So
think
Swan,
this is
yes.
yeah. This is really creative, and I mean you can see through cultural aspects out from playing games, out from you're not just, your mom probably would say that you're just lock yourself in the room and just playing game all the time. It appeared to be like that, but you really learn so much just by playing games across with everybody all over the world. People from Philippines, and you have mentioned. I thought that was really clever on how you have actually put the whole video together. Very nice, Wei Jiet, yeah. Very nice. Yeah.
Well done, well done.
Yeah. So,
would you like to add anything?
yeah, he should say something, not me.
First of all, thank you for everyone for giving me this chance to talk about my video. So I always think that gaming is a neutral thing. You don't define someone because he's bad. He's bad because he's gaming or what. I always want people to learn about the good side and the bad side of gaming. Like in the video I learned a lot about in the gaming culture, and I wish more people would know and acknowledge the benefits of gaming. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much.
Curious. Sorry, just curious. Are you a computer games development student?
No, but computer science.
Okay, all right, fine, still good. Yeah, okay. Thank
The
you.
reason she asked, so Swan actually helped set up the computer games programs here at APU many years ago. So that's why I passed over to her, because
yeah,
I'd say
it's my soft
stupid.
spot. So I always like computer games. I don't play your kinds of game, but I always appreciate games. But it's really nice to hear how you relate it to culture. So thank you.
Anyway,
Congratulations.
Swan, you don't even watch YouTube from what you were telling the class last week. But anyway, so thank you. If you also stay waiting, we'll get a picture with everybody when we announce the next two winners. So we're 3 down and 2 to go. So our next winner is Mana Kumasaka. Sorry if I pronounced your name completely badly, but let's see your winning video. Your winning video stories, digital story, sorry.
Hello everyone, my name is Mana. I'm from Japan.
I've been living in Malaysia for almost 2 years now. This experience has had a great impact on my values. Japan is an island where most of the people speak only Japanese. Most of the Japanese celebrate the same events and watch the same TV. In elementary school, group activities take precedence over the individual, and the idea of collectivism is valued. This is just my opinion, but I feel that everyone has a similar way of thinking about life rather than a variety of ways of living. Many Japanese people feel embarrassed to be different from others. However, when I came to Malaysia, the first thing I felt was the diversity of races. In Japan, most people are, of course, Japanese, wear the same kind of clothes, and have the same kind of values. Malaysia, on the other hand, is a mixture of 3 main races with different cultures, languages, and appearances. For this reason, I think they have much more opportunities to experience other culture than the Japanese do, and they do not have a culture barriers. So, many Malaysians try to understand my English, even my English is not really good. For Malaysians, English is just one of the many languages, and it is just a tool to interact with many people. I think Malaysians focus on conveying what they want to say to others by using a lot of gestures and facial expressions. I once walked in a cafe in Malaysia. In there, my colleagues were only Malaysians who could not speak English, but they never hesitate to talk to me. They always talk to me in Malay with a smile. I couldn't understand what they were saying in Malay, but I could understand what they were trying to say. It's strange, but I think this is what they mean by languages being a tool. I learned that in order to live in diverse culture, it's important to convey what you want to say using gesture and facial expressions, and to be actively involved with others. People can connect with each other regardless of nationality, religion, culture, skin color, languages, or anything else. I had been too caught up in a Japanese way of thinking, or rather, I only knew Japan. However, after coming to Malaysia, I met many different cultures and people, and I learned that Japan was too small. I'm really glad that I came to Malaysia. I would like to continue to come into contact with various culture and people, observe many things, and shape myself without being limited by my culture.
And so this one was a different type of experience. So this is an inbound experience, which is great to see as well. Because like we say, we've got lots of international students. Mana, would you like to say a few words? Oh, I can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
You can just use sign language. It's showing that your microphone is not muted. So it is.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we've got you now.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for having me here. I didn't expect that I will be selected one of winners, but it's a pleasure for me to be chosen my video from over 119 students. So thank you so much again for this opportunity. Thank you so much. That's it from me.
Well, thank you. It was great to see a different person's experience, and again, somebody coming into Malaysia rather than from outside.
From Japan.
Okay. Now that means that we have got one more winner to go.
Yep.
I think Jason might be trying to rejoin us. So let me see. Jason, are you there? He should be joining us any second. Anyway, while we're waiting for him to join, let me give you the final winner, Ung Shuang Yin. So let's now have their video.
Hello everyone, I am Ung Shuang Yin from Malaysia, and I am a student at Asia Pacific University. I am now currently studying computer science in intelligent system. In my digital story, I will be sharing my cultural experience, the Kayang culture. Kayans are one of the most well-known and recognizable hill tribes in Thailand, and they are a subgroup of red current. In 1980 and 1990, they escaped to Thailand due to war in Myanmar. One thing that attracted me is their neck ring. Kayang women are known for wearing golden ring around their neck for the entire life to lengthen it, and this is part of their cultural identity. In 2016, I went to Chiang Mai, Thailand for a trip, and this is where I first experienced a new culture. For me, I feel that this cultural experience has been an eye-opener, and I can still remember the feelings of happiness and enjoyment. I visited the Long Neck village, where I learned and experienced a new culture, Kayang culture, because my father speaks Thai fluently, and so I had the opportunity to meet and have a conversation with a Kayang woman about their culture. The Kayang woman, who's around 40 years old, say that in their culture, neck rings are a symbol of beauty, and most importantly, it is a stand of cultural identity. The longer a woman's neck is, the more beautiful and attractive she is. They first start to wear rings when they are around 5 years old, and gradually add more rings over the year. Even when they sleep, the Kayang women keeps their neck rings on. She also stated it was painful at first, but slowly she got used to it. When I heard about this, I was very excited, and the Kaya woman asked me if I wanted to try on the neck rings. I immediately said yes, as I wanted to truly experience the feelings of wearing the unique neck rings that had attracted me and filled me with a feeling of admiration and amazement. The neck ring were exactly like what I had imagined. They're heavy, yet unique and beautiful. In this cultural experience, I have learned the culture of the Kayan people, and I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to experience the Kayan culture with the Kayan woman. One interesting fact, because of the neck rings, the Kaya woman's neck appear to be unusually long. However, it is actually an illusion caused by the weight of the neck rings, pressing down on their shoulder over time, and their neck do not grow longer. Thank you for watching my digital story, and I hope you like it.
Okay, so thank you very much. Another different type of digital story, immersing yourself in the culture. Jason's rejoined us. So hello again, Jason. And here is Joanne, our winner. So congratulations to you.
Very well done.
Yes. Oh, now we've got the same problem with audio with you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, hi everyone. So first of all, I want to thank APU Friends team for choosing me as one of the winner, and thank you for having me here today. It is an honor for me, and this is the first time I participate in this kind of event, and so I'm really excited. Through this experience, I found out that every culture defines beauty in a unique way, and in this culture experience of mine, Kayan people assess beauty by the length of their neck. Apparently, culture is something so unique and special, and it made me eager to learn other culture. And so I hope I will have the chance to learn other culture and share my culture experience with the people around me. Thank you.
Thanks, I forgot to turn mine off then. Thank you. So you are winner number 5. So let me just jump back to my slides. We'll be back to you shortly. As I jump to my slide here. Okay, so congratulations to our winners. Well, it's all very nice to say congratulations, but it's always nice to get something as well, isn't it? So you will each all receive one of the Friends t-shirts. Don't worry, there are sleeves on there. It's not sleeveless. So Friends t-shirt, a USB drive, a notepad, and when we can get back on campus, we will have a proper ceremony to hand them over to you. We'll get the VC in there as well, and we'll get some photos and a winner's certificate. So, I don't know, I don't think we can. Can we have the screen and the 5 winners on at the same time? Jerry, I don't know.
I think we can, maybe Jerry.
Anything possible.
Yeah.
If not, we need to get all the winners on the screen, definitely.
Yeah.
Here we go.
2 more.
Whoop.
There you go.
Now, can we? Right. Sorry, Jerry.
I'm just going to take a picture like that.
Well, I'm fiddling because I want to put. If it goes horribly wrong, I'm very sorry. There you go. How about that? So we've now got the Friends banner at the top as well. So first of all, we'll have a serious one. Congratulations, everybody. Who's taking the screenshot?
I did.
You did, right? Thank you. Right, and as is always the case in Malaysia, now you can go freestyle. Okay, I'm the only one, right? Fine. Okay. You don't want to go freestyle. Okay, well.
Just you.
Just me. Well done, everybody. Well done.
Very well done.
So, well, congratulations. Well done. Thank you. We've got another one there. So, again, congratulations to our winners. It's been a long semester, I know. I don't know, it's been very difficult in the current environment, coping with going to university and all your modules. videos we're hoping were a bit of light relief from some of the other modules that you've had, and allowing you to put yourself into a video so we can actually find out more about you. So thank you very much again. Jason, Swan, anything you want to say?
No, just congratulations and very well done. I did enjoy myself watching the video, although it was quite challenging because too many of them. Yeah.
Well, yes, to get whittled down from, like I say, 190-ish down to 5. You've done a great job, so well done once again. You're probably hungry, you might be tired. I know 3 of us have been at it. Well, you've all been at it because you were in class this morning.
Yeah.
If you weren't in class this morning, where were you? Because you should have been. But hopefully you were all in class. So we've all been going since 9 a.m. So thank you. Please go and rest. We will hand back to the MCs before they fall asleep as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
everybody.
Congratulations, everybody. Well
Okay,
done.
thank you. Very
Thank
well
you.
done. Very well done.
Okay, so.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello, it's good to be Sorry to interfering the Trinity, but we gotta be here as well, you know. We cannot let you all take the spotlight all the time.
What is a famous group of 5? Apart from the Beatles.
Beatles, yeah. You can do that. APU Beatles.
Avengers?
Avengers? Oh, that's all the time. Yep.
I was going to say S Club 7, but I think that gave it away in the title.
We can just say high 5.
High 5. All right, let's go with that.
Wow, those were some amazing videos and pretty creative and just like Prof. Andy said, pretty much light, you know, something light visuals to watch and enjoy.
Yeah.
I was just like laying back on my seat and just watching it. So good, relaxing.
It was amazing. Actually, the whole session of today had different emotions from the beginning until the end of it. There was excitement, there was cheering for the winners, there was a bit of empathy looking at these NGOs and what they've done, and that's raised our like emotions a little bit. So it was a bit here and there the whole session today. But we still left with last thing, right? Last one thing that that we have for today is the videos that we prepared, not me personally, not Nabil personally, but is actually the students sharing from their own self. They prepare some videos, especially for this events. They want to share the multicultural and how does that multiculturalism impacted on them and their vision, on their like let's just say the way they see the world, on especially in different regions, right? So. Let's start first with the Yemeni society, right?
But Jamal, before we proceed further, we would like to congratulate the winners for tonight.
I forgot.
We never had a chance. So
yeah. That's true.
Part of the high 5 group, you gotta congratulate them as well. So congratulations from my side and from Jamal's side as well. Yeah, I don't know how.
It's here like that.
Yeah, let me just do it all the way. Prof. Andy looks like he's blocking Jamal.
All right. Great. So, okay. So congratulations, of course. And I looked at the different expressions. It was amazing looking at their expressions down there when they're looking at their video. They're so proud, you know, that they couldn't believe that they reached something like that. Which is actually something really nice. You know, it's again gets back to the point that Prof. Andy was talking previously. Is you expose yourself with these things, it actually has some sort of development within your own kind of character. So now, do you allow me to go to the next session, or is it not? I have your permission. That's good. That's good. Okay. So for those of you that don't know, I'm from Yemen. So this is some. The next video is gonna be something. Sorry. Oh yeah. All right. So this one, Prof. Swan, Prof. Andy, and Prof. Jason is gonna go off the screen now, and then. So as I was saying, so I'm from Yemen, and this upcoming video that is going to be displayed is prepared by the Yemeni club. So this is something I'm pretty proud of, especially that we have this kind of community in APU. So Jerry, do help us out with displaying the
Yes,
video.
Jerry shall do the honors.
Most of the people don't know much about Yemen or Yemeni culture, or you may know a little bit. But today, we are glad to share with you some of the interesting cultural and traditional Yemeni stuff. Firstly, Yemen is an Arabian country which is in the western side of Asia. But unfortunately, people just know about Yemen from the news, what they have seen and read in them in recent years. But what you may not know is that Yemen is a beautiful nation with many cultural and historical treasures worth exploring. Thus, based on our abilities as the Yemeni community in Asia Pacific University, Malaysia, we would like to show you some parts of that. So the first thing that you should know about Yemen is that there are three groups of people: the mountain people, and they live in the north of Yemen; the coastal people, and they live in the south and the west of Yemen; and the Bedouins, and they live in the desert. These three different groups differ in the cultural characteristics, customs, and traditions. So the people's dresses of these territories also differ, as you can see here. The people of Job, they wear white thobe with a black jacket and jambiya and imama. People of Mahra, they wear colorful ma'waz with a green shawl and imama. The people of Abbala, they wear white thobe with a brown shawl. People of Hadramaut, they wear a colorful ma'waz with a green shawl with imama as well. People of Eb, they wear a jacket with ma'waz, and people of Sana'a, they wear a white thobe with imama and jambiya. Let's talk about some of the famous and delicious meals in the Yemeni food menu, such as goat, rashush, fahsa, and bint al-sahan. In fact, if you are a guest, Yemeni people can surprise you with outstanding food. Now we will show you some of the dishes that the Yemeni students have prepared for you. But before we go, I have to mention to you that lunch is the main meal of the day in Yemen, and we use our hands to eat. The same thing about the Yemeni dancing, which can be different from one region to another. For example, the dancing style of Sana'a can be different from the dancing style of Aden. Let's see it both.
Malaysia is a very diverse country. Yemeni students always try to engage with other students to learn more about their culture and traditions. The most important thing is that we can promote our own culture to show others the beauty of our culture.
Best regards from Yemen.
All right, we're back. So that was an amazing. I actually got hungry on the middle.
Yeah, same
Showing
here.
that
I got
Yemeni
hungry while
food.
watching.
Yeah, that was some
Yeah.
amazing stuff. All right,
Really
so
nice.
Nabil, what do we have next? What do we have next for our session?
All right. So next we have CLCS, that stands for Chinese Language and Culture Society. We have a video sharing session from their side as well. So without further ado, we're gonna go in there, because if I start talking about the Yemeni Society's food and the presentation they did, I'm not gonna stop. So I better keep my horses down right now. So Jerry, do the honors for the next video we have for the audience.
Hi everyone, my name is Ng Kang Yit, and I'm here to share my digital story while I study in Asia Pacific University. APU is an international university that located in Technology Park, Malaysia. It is a multicultural university that contains more than 130 country students. The reason I joined APU is not only APU is one of the top 10 private university in Malaysia, but also I love to make new friends with some people of different race and cultures. By knowing people from others' race, I get the chance to know their mindset and cultures. This helped me to develop a multicultural competence, and it will benefit me in my future working place. Because I will be work effectively with colleagues from different countries. Besides, APU will also hold some events to celebrate different cultural festivals from different countries. For example, I was a communities for MFC 2019. By organizing these events, I was able to promote our Malaysian Chinese cultures to those foreign students so that our cultures will be recognized and there will be opportunities to work together in futures. Moreover, during process on prepare and events, we build up our confidential levels, team working skills, and even leadership skills. So, throughout these years I spent in APU, I had many experience on different cultures. Although Malaysia having a challenging period right now, my story in APU will be continued.
Hello and welcome back. So that was an amazing video by the Chinese Culture Society. They're one of the most active clubs in APU, generally showing a lot of activities, and you saw that mostly related to the instrument that they use. And it's quite fascinating how they were using a very simple tools at home and actually using that to generate these noise, not noises. You can say it's like the instruments or the voice. I don't know what it was. Sounds. Yeah, the word went away. So sounds that make the whole orchestra sounds great. So we're gonna go next with Indonesian community. They prepared quite a nice video for us. I hope that Jerry will be able to put it on and display it for our audience.
Tanah air, ku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenang selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, engkau ku hargai.
Hello all, my name is Siti Safia Rasha from Indonesia and I'm a student of Asia Pacific University majoring in Internationalisation. I feel very happy today because I will share my experience with Asia Pacific University and I'm very pleased to be a part of Asia Pacific University which introduced me to so many cultures almost all over the world. I learn a lot and get to know some new cultures and gain new insight. Cultural show, in my opinion, it's very interesting. Like I said before, I got a lot of new things from the event. I really enjoy all things related to art, such as painting, dancing, and singing. But now I will tell you my experience where I presented a traditional dance from Indonesia at Indonesian Cultural Show, Tales or Archipelago 2019 at Asia Pacific University. I present a tari piring, which comes from a part of Indonesia and more precisely in West Sumatra region. I feel very proud because I can perform this dance in front of so many people, and especially it was such a great opportunity to show Indonesian culture in other country, which is in Malaysia. Which means that I also succeeded in overcoming my fears and being able to participate in promoting Indonesian culture. Thank you, APU, for supporting the student to be able to express themselves, and see you at the next event. Bye bye.
All right, that was a great sharing session from the Indonesian community, showing the diversity in the culture that they have and some of the unique activities that they do in their culture. Now let's take a look at the Malay community within APU. They prepared a video for us as well, so let's take a look at that one.
Haji Shamel. I am the secretary from EMCS, and this is my digital story. Let's go. So let's talk about Malay culture. Malays have been a part of Malaysia for a very long time. In fact, we are enlisted as Bumi Putra along with indigenous people, and we are one of the highest population among the ethnic groups such as Chinese and Indians. So the interesting part about Malay culture is that we actually have adapted cultures. As you can see here, these are Malays playing with fireworks, typically using Eid al-Fitr. And what else do you have during Eid al-Fitr? Ampaus. Yes, but this is not solely from our culture. It is adapted from the Chinese culture where they give out ampaus and play with fireworks during Chinese New Year. But without a doubt, Eid al-Fitr is one of the biggest events in Malay culture, as most Malays are also Muslims, and hence we celebrate Eid al-Fitr just like any other Muslim parts of Malay culture. Silat is a martial art. You can compare it to karate, kung fu, or even taekwondo. It has so many branches, and it is so deeply rooted into our tradition that even until today, most young people and older people practice it day to day in their daily lives. And then we have Dikir Barat, whereas Dikir Barat is a type of performance where everyone is singing in synchronization, with one of them being the leader. As you can see here, everyone is singing, everyone is clapping. It's a very joyous part of our culture. And then we have Nasyid. Nasyid is derived from our Islamic brothers in which we sing. We have this beautiful singing voice. We sing, typically reciting our holy book, the Quran, from the Islam, and it is a very widespread part of our culture. And then we have traditional dances. Now, traditional dances is a part of our culture that we gained way before Islam came into our country, and most Malays became Muslims. So this is one of the remaining cultures that Malays inherited from their ancestors way before we became Muslims. And there are many types of traditional dances such as Tarian Zapin, Kuda Kepang, and many more. So that's like some of the biggest part of Malay culture. I hope everyone got to know it, got to know Malay culture a lot more.
Hello and welcome back.
Wow. Welcome back, guys, and welcome me back as well. I was MIA for a second. So that was a really interesting session. Actually, those who don't really know much about the Malay culture over here, they got to know through this video, and I hope you guys took some notable points and enjoyed the video as well. So without further ado, the next is the Sri Lankan community's video. So you gotta watch it. Jerry, do the magic.
Asungkamu soyayan samanel tatulen unai Umi ati tinayam kugamananya unai Asungkamu soyayan samanel tatulen unai Umi ati tinayam kugamananya unai Leauru
Hi Bhavan, Vanakkam, Assalamu alaikum, and hello everyone.
I'm Umar Imran.
I'm Muhammad Razi.
As Sri Lankans, we grew up in a multicultural environment. Today, we'd like to speak about the Sri Lankan culture and why is it important. Because when you step out of your country, your culture is what you actually represent, and it's not your name or fame. We live a humble, unique artistic lifestyle, and we deeply enjoy entertaining and touching people's heart with great hospitality, which we have pursued for centuries. Sri Lanka is a land of spice situated in the Indian Ocean. Being popular among tourists, the culture here is very rich and full of stories. As the fusion has created an interesting place to visit with its beautiful beaches, history, resorts, and tea plantations, where there is so much more to discover. Our culture is mostly influenced by India, the British, the Dutch, the Portuguese, and the Arabs, resulting in a blend of cultures all over the world. We have four main communities in Sri Lanka, such as Sinhalese, Burghers, Tamils, and the Moors. Most of them are Buddhists and Hindus, and some of them are Muslims and Christians. And we all provide respect and peace within each other. Also, Sinhala language is the mother tongue of Sri Lanka and boasts the largest collection of short stories in any language here. And other languages like Tamil is mostly spoken in the northern region and it's used in many dialects around the island. But in most schools, English is the main language, and children have more exposure to all three languages on a daily basis. And when talking about the Sri Lankan cuisine, our national food is kiribat and lurminis, whereas a typical Sri Lankan meal just consists of rice and curry, and not just limiting to meat or fish dishes. There are also vegetable and even fruit curries. Lastly, when I talk about my personal experience in APU, I'd like to say APU is a multi-diverse place, and as an APU Sri Lankan, now APU community, Sri Lankan community has played an important role during the pandemic situation, and I would really like to give my regards to them. And now I think I would like to pass it on to my friend Mohammad Razin to carry on with the rest of the speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. And furthermore, about Sri Lanka, we have been renowned for spices for a long time in the history. The best known spice is cinnamon, which is native to us. Spices and ivory traders from all over the world brought their native cuisines to the island, resulting in rich diversity of cooking style and techniques. When it comes to sports, our national sport is volleyball, but the most popular sport played is cricket, as there are many cricket fields scattered around the island for children and adults to play. When it comes to the tourism industry in Sri Lanka, it has an emerging trend as many tourists has a point seeking more traditional experience over conventional ideals, as these tourists seek out for cheaper accommodation where they can be exposed to authentic villages and richer and more rustic experience, which give them a chance to be preserved and not overtaken as tourism takes a hold in more remote areas in the country, with local people taking their place as a part of attraction for the tourists and are protected and provided with support. We also celebrate many different cultural festivals in the country, and one of the main festival is the Sinhala and Tamil New Year, which is celebrated in the month of April. Also, the other festival like Pongal, Eid, Diwali, and Christmas is celebrated widely among the people. Another fun fact: Sri Lanka is a home to variety of dance, including classical, folk, and dance drama such as Canadian dancing. More importantly, if I talk about one very important aspect that differentiates our country's history, is its view on women. Men and women has been viewed as equal for thousands of years, from ruling the countries to how they dress, as both genders had the chance to rule the land, which is true even nowadays. As the world's first female prime minister, Sirimavu Bandaranaike is from Sri Lanka. When it comes to my experience in the multicultural university, I have only been here for a few months and I never felt left out, especially since the Sri Lankan community here is very strong. When it comes to my personal experience in APU, I made a lot of friends from different parts of the globe who comes with various cultural backgrounds, which has helped us to get exposed and share the experience of different cultures where it creates a strong bond and relationship with each other.
So what more should we expect? Thank you.
Wow, that was a very nice and rhythmic video. I felt so calm while watching those performance, and then suddenly we are shifting to a lot of different information. I pretty much got to know some stuff about Sri Lankan community. I don't know about
Definitely.
you, though. Oh, you did.
It is absolutely is. Actually,
Great.
it was exciting information about especially the what they said. Think about women. What was it?
Yeah, it's like it's like not leaving them behind. All of them are going together, all in.
Exactly.
So that's pretty cool.
Exactly.
Great.
All having the same opportunities, which was for thousands of years. That's something amazed me. First time hearing about that. Anyways, so what do we have next, Nabil?
Well, next we have the African communities video, and this is our final presentation, if I'm not mistaken. Jamal, do you have any other
It is.
secrets? All right, cool.
Actually, maybe we're gonna have a closing after that. Of course, so stay tuned after it. But for now, that's the last video that we have for tonight, and I want to thank all of you for joining us for all this long time but exciting. So let's jump
Yeah, but
into.
you're still gonna watch the video. So
Yep.
once again to Jerry.
Hello everyone, my name is Angel Luis. I'm from Mozambique and this is my digital story. It all started a few years ago when my parents decided that it was time for me to explore the world. From Swaziland, Rwanda, Uganda, South Africa, Turkey, and today Malaysia, I can proudly call myself a global citizen. I found Malaysia to have everything I was looking for, and that was rich gastronomy, diversity in terms of cultures, affordable quality education, and so many amazing things. As I joined foundation program back in 2018, I met amazing lecturers who encouraged me to get out of my comfort zone and try new things. I accepted the challenge and I decided to take part in different projects that included multicultural events, charity events, and I was also given the opportunity to MC different events within the university. I can proudly say that wherever I am today, it all started in those first steps that I gave during my foundation program. Time went on and I decided to join the girls' futsal team as the captain, and that fueled my passion for futsal and also allowed me to play with other universities, giving me the opportunity to meet amazing and talented futsal players. The most amazing experience so far has been being part of the student ambassadors team, where I started as a student helper, later on student ambassador, and today senior student ambassador. And what I love about that experience is the fact that I turn to work with people from different backgrounds and I can learn different things from them. Now imagine being able to sit in a room with people from different parts of the world without having to board a plane. Interesting, right? Oh, yes. Imagine learning about cultures that differ from your own culture, or even taste different types of food you have never tasted before, or, or maybe visit the most beautiful islands that can be found in Malaysia. I can say that it has been rewarding. With all that said and done, I can just say that I've enjoyed every bit about Malaysia, and I always look forward to explore more and get to know more about this beautiful land. Thank you.
Well, well, well.
Well, welcome back, everyone. And that was a really interesting and enlightening story. I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed the video before that presented by them. All good. Refreshes my memory, actually.
Yeah, African community is also known for being active in the university.
Yeah, actually, one of the most active communities. Even during the pandemic, they were actively organizing events, and I was like, damn, kudos to their
the spirit is still there, huh?
And spirits. Yeah. But that's the thing. They are very united in every single thing. Wherever you go, they're always there for each other. Even if they don't know each other, they're like, okay, you're from the same community. We are there for you. And I've seen that, and actually that inspired me a lot in terms of building relations and networking as well.
I know that Nabil, if he starts talking about that, he will not stop. So
okay,
we have to invite. We have to invite Prof. Andy, Prof. Swan, and Prof. Jason to actually join us in the closing of the ceremony. It's been a long day, beautiful one, a definitely beautiful one, amazing, right? So let's add them on. Got another one more thing to go, Jerry.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow, yes, they still look fresh.
A long day, a long
you
afternoon.
guys are very energetic till the end.
That's it, yeah.
That's
no,
the new spirit, I
Tell
guess.
us, what time did you actually wake up this morning?
Me, I woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning because I had
Okay,
to
well
drop
done.
shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm constantly
A
after my
little
job.
bit later. We've got no comment, right? Okay, I think no comment means maybe a little bit later. There you go. That's why it's up to
I woke up at 6 as well this morning. So I'm actually,
I'd also
I'm
say
really hungry
it might
right now.
also be something to do with youth. Youth might have a slight head start over us in that respect.
Yes,
yes. Only slight amount of head start enough. But yeah, thank you to both of you for guiding us through this afternoon and evening's sessions.
The honor is all ours, sir.
You kept things
Oh,
moving.
thank you.
And kept it light and airy as well. I've been to many of these events, and they can get rather boring. So yes, you've got to make sure there's more interaction between the people in the room. So congratulations on hosting the event really well.
Thank you very much.
In the background, I'm very sorry I pressed the wrong button and I managed to flash up the message that says congratulations to the winners. I didn't actually want to flash it up at that point. That's what I wanted to flash up there. Thanks for watching, everybody. Well done to our winners. Also, it's not there yet because the videos have only just started being processed on YouTube, but the winning videos are in the APU Digital Stories 2021, the winners playlist. If you search for APU Digital Stories 2021, maybe later on today or tomorrow, they will be there. So those of you who watch the videos and want to watch them again, please feel free to do so, because we want to get lots of likes for those students. Just in case there is a friends-wide competition later in the year from all the partners. So the more likes that our students get, the better. And we are up against, which country has the most hits?
Philippines.
Philippines.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Out of this world. So if anybody's got friends anywhere, tell them to watch our videos and give a thumbs up, because we need to get our students to do well.
All right.
You gotta
I
win.
received the message. Pretty clear. Jamal, we got some job to do. We're gonna get
Yeah,
that
definitely.
done. Yep. Wireless
be number
growth
one.
somewhere. Definitely.
We did well last year. I think we came 5th out of the
top 5.
Out of the 12 or 13 or 14. I think it's 12 or 13 finalists. So yeah, we did well. But let's get us up there.
We're gonna push.
It's always better to be up.
Yeah. We can't go down. The only way is up.
All the way up.
I'll wait for Jason.
No, stop it. No.
Okay.
No.
There's another song in that one. It was Yaz and the Plastic Population.
That's
there
it.
There you go. So again, that's a youth thing. You're thinking, what on earth is he talking about? Google it. That's all I'll say.
That was
Yaz and the Plastic Population. The only way is up. Google it. You'll be singing it all night.
All right. I do want to sleep later on, so maybe later.
So anyway, yes. So we just wanted to close the event and say, again,
thank you for everyone.
This has been. We've looked at a number of things today, from the NGOs, input from our partners in Europe and the UK. More importantly, the elements from the students. Those videos that we just saw, Sri Lanka. I've been to Sri Lanka many times, and the spice. I love the spices. Cinnamon is the key thing in Sri Lanka. I do like cinnamon as well. But yeah, I'll be glad to be able to travel again soon, and then I can go to all these places yet again. It's a long walk from my bedroom to the kitchen, to the office, to the kitchen, to the bedroom, and the occasional walk to the supermarket. I'm looking forward to going a little bit further, but only within a 10-kilometer radius.
Yep, stay safe, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for organizing this
really
event. Super.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You're
so
welcome.
get some rest. And sorry, we've also forgotten one other person, Jerry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Jerry,
Jerry.
you are there.
Yeah.
We
I
cannot
know
forget his
you're there,
magic.
Jerry, because you're
Jerry,
listed.
do you want to show your face?
Yes, the reveal shall be done.
Come on, Jerry.
You've been
yes,
all day
we can't
working
forget
on
those
this.
people that have been working so hard behind the scenes.
Yes, that's true.
It's okay.
Okay,
Come on, show
is-
your face. He says it's okay.
He's okay. He's feeling shy. Never mind. Well, so thank you to Jerry as well.
Yeah.
And
Thank
everybody
you
else
very
that's
much.
put this event together.
Yes, thank you very much for ensuring
All
the
right, I'm
smooth
gonna
transition.
go.
Yes, so
All
we don't
right.
want this to be, one of
Thank
these
you.
long-winded. It takes
Thank you.
15 hours to say goodbye. So it's just going to be a thank you. Bye. Cut it off now. That's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye.
Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Okay. Thank
Stay
you.
safe. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Very good.